Tuesday and accommodate that in his submission. I didn't see him yesterday. I don't see him today. What's the way forward, Mr. Speaker, sir? Because that's a matter that is restless and pertinent to the people of Kasese, and they keep.
Honorable Atkins, if my memory serves me right, and you'll help me, isn't it Tuesday of next week?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Because the structure.
You can get another microphone if that has a problem.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for your generosity. I'm saying just given the structure of the order paper for Tuesday, there was simply not enough time for the minister to respond to.
No, I said, didn't we say Tuesday next week?
Mr. Speaker, you said tomorrow, meaning Wednesday. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So, Government Chief, will you please coordinate with the minister by the time we finish the session? We'll see if we are able to address that. Thank you, Honorable. Okay. Please, procedure, Doctor, is the procedure matter you have?
Right, Honorable. The rules provide that members of parliament ask questions, written ones and oral. We have done so and written our questions. And since November, the Prime Minister has not had an opportunity to answer our questions. The rules also provide that it is the Prime Minister or the Deputy Prime Minister. The two are not available in the House for the reasons that might be understandable. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm requesting for your guidance because some of our questions, they are not necessarily, not only urgent, but we must receive answers on behalf of the population.
Thank you. So, honorable colleagues, I would advise the questions we usually reserve for the Prime Minister, especially written questions, are questions of a policy nature, which questions one would need to go back and consult because the people at the front bench are not computers that they go when they have everything downloaded. So they need to go back and consult with the technical staff, sometimes consult through the government structure, sometimes get cabinet approval. So for urgent matters which are of an urgent nature, I would request you always reach out to me, to the presiding officer, so that we cover them under matters of national importance. But that does not take away the validity of your question. I have just spoken to the Prime Minister a while ago. She's away. And I also spoke to the Deputy Prime Minister. But for today, we have some very critical business of government, which we also consider very, very, very critical, because at that time, the Prime Minister is supposed to be addressing very, very critical issues related to government. So I can promise you next Thursday, Prime Minister will be here. For now, the ministers are able to step in because each question at least falls under certain ministry. Okay? So, but I will request ministers whom I'm seeing occupying our seats as backbenchers to occupy your front bench. Okay? And also shadow ministers, the way we agreed. Front bench is reserved for cabinet ministers or shadow ministers. I request, but I will exempt. Oh, but he was occupying, the seat he was occupying is the same. Because Honorable Frank has an issue. Usually I allow him to sit. But that seat, the seat seems to be the same, but that's more comfortable for him. I know I know his situation. He came and he shared with us as presiding officers. So, no, honorable colleagues, I have an order paper to manage. Please, let's reduce on procedure. We first go on the order paper, then we can come. Colleagues, in the VIP gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of ExCom members of parliament and staff of the African Parliamentarians Forum on Population and Development. They include Honorable Dr. Abdul Rashid Hassan Pelpio, President of FPA and Member of Parliament from Ghana. Thank you. Senator Frederick Outa, Vice President of FPA and Kenya Senator. Honorable Remy Majodina, Member of FPA and Chief Whip of African National Congress, Parliament of South Africa. Honorable Ace Pokose, Member of FPA and Member of Parliament, Cameroon. Honorable Sebastian Simon Kapufi, Member of FPA and Member of Parliament, Tanzania. Honorable Sylvia Mutetwa, Member of FPA and Member of Parliament of Kingdom of Eswatini. Honorable Majur Babur Ajar, Member of FPA and Member of Parliament of South Sudan. Honorable Elvis Donko, Member of FPA and Member of Parliament of Ghana. Dr. Farouk Usminov, Executive Director, Asian Population and Development Association from Japan. Ms. Irina Malkmus, General Manager, Ruma Consulting. Ms. Sandra Aoud, Assistant Clerk, Parliament of Ghana. And this has been successfully coordinated by our brother, Honorable Anthony Akor. And in welcoming them, I also had Honorable John Face Magora, and my very own Honorable Juliet Bashisha, the one I vote for. In my exchange, just interaction with them, I assured them that they've now managed to overcome the first step of going to heaven. When you visit Uganda, the foundation of going to heaven is laid. Then the rest do come later. And we welcome you, honorable colleagues. Uganda is a part of Africa, and we are always happy seeing colleagues from other parliaments coming here. So, Honorable Patience Nkunda.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I raise to matters of public importance as per Rule 54 of Rules of our Procedure. I bring this House to matters of national importance. The first
I allow one, Honorable. Is one matter.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Yeah. The first matter relates to the perennial challenge of communities within proximity of national park or game world centers. A big part of my constituents can be categorized as such. Right Honorable Speaker, a gentleman of the names of Mande Mashurube, now deceased, was killed in January 2023 from Kameme Cell in Chi Sub-County by an elephant from Queen Elizabeth National Park.
Government promised to compensate to the family of the deceased, but up to date, there is nothing that has been done. In the same vein, a lady by the names of Gaudat Mushabe from Chakataland Cell, Chi Sub-County, was brutally attacked by the buffalo. This lady has been lying in excruciating pain
because she cannot afford medical expenses. Right, Honorable Speaker, recently in November 2023, elephants attacked farmers from Chi Sub-County attending to their gardens at night, leaving them seriously injured. Their details were submitted to UWA, but now to date, nothing has been taken for further action.
Prayers?
My prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, I pray that the government informs this House and the affected families as to when the compensation to the deceased family will be processed, electric wiring fence will be done as promised, and urgent medical treatment extended to Mrs. Gauda Tumushabe, and the food relief extended to these affected families. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Megade. You have a rated issue, and then you can get a response at once.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. Indeed, it is related in its form of substance, but different area. On the 23rd of January 2024, one Namwera Efra was killed by a hippo, 9 years old, and this was the fifth victim in a period of 2 months. This was at Impondo village, Lufu parish, in Buvuma. And Right Honorable Speaker, we have raised such cases a number of times. Our prayer has always been one, that UWA should camp in the area to hunt down or to trap some of these hippos. And two, requests have been to care for some of these victims, because the last time people tried to take responsibility in their own hands, they killed the crocodile, and who were instead arrested the residents who killed a crocodile, which means the crocodile was more important
Prayer,
than the
Honorable.
locals. Right Honorable Speaker, my prayer that UWA should send their team this area so that they trap and hunt down some of these hippos. That's
you.
my prayer.
Thank you. Honorable Government Chief Whip, I don't see the Minister for Tourism here. Kindly.
Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of government, we condole with the families that have lost their dear ones. And we also pray that those who are injured should get quick recovery. Right Honorable Speaker, one of the prayers sought for is compensation. And I believe that compensation is provided for under the law. And in the absence of the minister in charge of tourism, I undertake to communicate this particular matter raised to the attention of the Honorable Minister for action to be taken. I submit.
Thank you. Honorable Anton Ako.
Right Honorable, in the time Parliament, you were available in this Parliament. I remember very well that we did some amendment that gives the compensation. But unfortunately, since then up to now, the ministry will tell you they have not operationalized the law. And therefore, there are committees which were supposed to be set according to the law at sub-county level, at the district level, to do assessment and report to them, and nothing has been done up to now. A similar case of wildlife conflict with human being has happened in Waya district, has happened in Amoro district, in Kipgum district. They were all reported here, and no compensation has been done up to now. Is it not procedure right for you to make sure that they operationalize the law first?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Chair, Committee on Tourism and Trade. Is there any update you can give us with regard to that issue? You can use the front microphone. I promoted you for now.
Thank you, Right Honorable. The government earmarked 500 million for compensation, and they had started hearing the cases. The unfortunate part was there were delays. They have been having delays, but we believe they have already started the process of compensation and hearing the cases.
Thank you. I don't want to put my chair on the task. He's not a minister. He starts clarifying issues. Honorable colleagues, I think it's better we call the minister here and he comes, he updates us on the compensation issue. But all I know is, Honorable Anton Ako, the law is already operationalized. In my own constituency, the minister came, visited my constituency, assessed, the committees are there, but the biggest problem, number one, even the forms because the people affected by these conflicts are mainly local poor people. But the kind of form they give is for a PhD holder to manage. You know, so complicated. People are not understanding. They said, but so now I again have to go and hire someone fill for me this form and requirement. So I talked to the minister. I said, please try to simplify. You can simplify. Then number two, the money. When you look at, if we follow the law and you look at the threshold, the percentage you said should be going to compensation versus the complaints, it's like 15%. So, but let the minister bring a statement on that issue, compensation for victims, and regulations were brought. Yes, regulations were brought. Colleagues, you need to check very well. They were brought here. Yes, they were laid here by Honorable Time. And we even had a long discussion about it. And we have the matter solved. Thank you. Procedure?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in instances where we have matters of national importance, and most of these ministers who are supposed to give answers are not there, and then the chief whip takes up to say, I will convey. Right Honorable Speaker, wouldn't it be procedure right, since we register these issues in your office before, that you establish a desk in your office, that in situations where such cases come, somebody takes it up, calls these respective ministers, and you say that you have an issue on the floor, kindly make sure you are there so that by the time we come to raise.
That's what I do. That's what I do. But you see, Honorable colleagues, I was a government chief whip. I know what he goes through. You get it? And the Honorable Katumba Wamara has clearly said he sent them to the ministry. So, and that's why I usually encourage you. We wanted to stop this business of ambushing ministers here so that you bring issues early, we inform the chief whip and he links up with the ministers, then you get answers even after consultation with the technical people. But they don't come. And really, I don't want to be among those ones who will say, Chief Whip, go and bring ministers here. He cannot. I occupied that office. I know how difficult it is. Okay? It's about discipline and people knowing that they have a duty. So it's about that. Honorable Nakut Face.
Right Honorable Speaker, the matter of urgent importance I wish to raise is about the healthcare. On Monday this week, we buried a lady in a park. She was called Nadia Sarah. Nadia Sarah was going to have her first baby. She died. She was normal, but then she died and left a 1-week-old baby. Nadia Sarah is the 12th woman we have counted, an elite woman who has walked to that hospital, Moroto Regional Referral Hospital, and has died. We do not count the other illiterate women because we don't know them, who are 80% of the population in Karamoja. That makes me worried at the numbers of women dying giving birth. There are many questions our people are raising which are not being answered. As I speak now, Right Honorable Speaker, the population in Karamoja is planning a protest, and they have put us, the leaders, on notice because of the numbers of mothers who are dying while giving birth. My prayers, one, for the Ministry of Health to review what is killing the mothers in Moroto Regional Referral Hospital, with the possibility of addressing the deeper concern on what is killing the mothers. Particularly, a report on what killed Nadia Sarah is being waited for because people want that answer. Secondly, Moroto Regional Referral Hospital and other regional referral hospitals in the country should be equipped with functional ICUs. In the ICU, there is an ICU in Moroto Hospital, but it's not functional. So when there was a complication in theater, she was rushed to Mulago. By the time she arrived in Mulago, she died. So if there was a functional ICU in this referral hospital, perhaps her life would have been saved. Number three, for the Ministry of Health to deploy specialist anesthetists who will supervise that function in every regional referral hospital in the country. We have few regional referral hospitals. It is affordable for the ministry to do that. Number 3, because a life has been lost under circumstances which are careless and the family is depressed, government should compensate that life.
Thank you. Honorable Minister for Health.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I do console with the family, and I do take much consideration and pain into what my daughter Nakut Faith has raised on the floor of this house. Mothers dying during the labor time in Moroto or in the country as a whole is not just an issue that can be said and passed as a way that the Ministry of Health is not doing something about it. Right Honorable Speaker, we all know and we are aware that the rate at which the mothers are dying is growing countrywide. It's not only growing that is by the negligence of the Ministry of Health. At times you find that these mothers report late to the facilities. At times you find there are other complications that are beyond our health workers. And in this case, indeed, they tried their best and to refer this mother. It's very unfortunate. But as a ministry, we are trying all our best we can. And when it comes to ICU equipment not being functional, it's true, but still our issue is insufficient funding. As a ministry, we are looking into all of these and to have more ICUs at our regional referral centers. Deployment of specialists, Right Honorable Speaker, it has been on the floor of this house. Those we have, they say they are not well facilitated. Those that are well there, they are very limited, but the ministry is trying its best. I take care. Let me find on this, then I'll accept that. I take care, I'll take from my husband, then I'll come to you. I withdraw that one, I take care from the Honorable Segona.
Are you annoyed seeing cross-pollination on the floor?
Right, Honorable Speaker.
A honorable husband.
Yes,
Yeah.
Honorable Speaker, I don't know of any rule since I have been here that does not allow a husband and a wife to be members of parliament here. And I've been here for some time. And I respect that because I am here and I referred to him, my honorable husband, Honorable Segona. I am saying, Great Honorable Speaker, that I do take consideration.
Colleagues, please, I need order in the house. I can see the reaction of Honorable Segona to the news. Please,
And,
I don't know why some of us are complaining because he's the happiest. So, please.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, let me guide the house. Honorable colleagues, when you stand up twice and I don't pick you, when you say order or procedure twice and I don't pick you, it's a polite way of declining. You don't continue order. No. Yeah, there you're disorganizing the house, okay?
Right, Honorable
So please,
Speaker.
you will allow your honorable husband.
Yes,
Continue,
Right,
Honorable.
Honorable Speaker. I thank you so much. And I am saying that as a ministry, we are going to look into these prayers and we are going also to follow up on the case. I don't know why Honorable Namuga, my daughter, who is of the clan of Honorable Segona and my husband Kawoya, is taking offensive. I thank you and I allow the clarification.
Thank you.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, you will now agree with me.
Honorable Segona, proceed.
You will now agree with me that the opposition is active. And therefore that we are poaching very well from the government on your right. I really feel for the Ministry of Health. But as the minister was speaking, before the fondness of the husband came in, I was concerned when she said that mothers report late to the facilities. I have visited a number of health facilities in my constituency, and you find that the ambulance provided in the sub-county is a tukutuku. The troubles of our road network. I wanted to seek clarification from the minister on how they expect mothers to be delivered in time with that kind of ambulance. It is a matter of concern, and it touches all of us. Because when you talk about these mothers, they are our wives. But not only that, these are the people that guarantee transmission of life from one generation to another. We must find a way and a decent way of availing maternal and health facilities to our mothers. So the clarification I'm seeking from the Honorable Minister is, how do you expect fast and timely delivery of these mothers when you do not have ambulance service? I'll give you an example. My constituency, which takes care of a significant portion of the surroundings of Kampala City, in Wachiso Health Center 4, the only one I have, there is no ambulance. In Chengera Town Council, which is heavily populated, there is no ambulance. And I'm talking about a constituency that crosses from Entebbe Road. Before I'm interrupted by the minister called Bright, I will not examine the truth in the name. Up to Kachiri, there is no ambulance service. So how do you expect mothers to get to hospitals in time?
Honorable Minister. Procedure, Honorable Cyrus.
I thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. It's good that members here realize that rules of procedure are serious rules and they must be respected. And when a member raises on a point of procedure, it is very important. My concern is about the address that we are making in this house, referring to other colleagues as husband, as wife. Yesterday, we expunged a statement on the answer you directed. Right Honorable Speaker, this answer will be reviewed by several people well after we have gone.
And I thought it would be very important for us to think about it. Would it be procedurally proper that we request for this particular statement to be expunged from the answer? Because it has a lot of connotations out there. Much as for us, we know it is a light moment.
When you go to both sides there, what does your husband there say? What does your wife say? How are the children viewing it? What about the general public? What about those who do not know the background? It's all very important because we should not maintain a bad record. It was not a bad intention, I understand. But, Honorable Speaker, I beg for your guidance.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, when any debate, anywhere, we have light moments. The language that is not allowed is an abusive language, is derogatory language, and Honorable Kawoya clearly mentioned at the end that she comes from the husband comes from the same clan. Okay? Honorable Namuga is, please, someone who has a husband, I know the clan they are coming from. So I will just listen to people who are saying, you're coming from my clan, okay? I don't want to go into, so right moments are everywhere. Just go read Go read the Hansard from the British Parliament, which we copied everywhere. Okay, so it's not an offensive read matter. Please.
Thank you so much, Right
There's
Honorable
another
Speaker.
procedure matter. Honorable Enos.
Thank you
Procedure.
so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, for the last 3 years I've been in this parliament, I've been following the Honorable Ministers of Health. All the challenges we have in the health sector have a lot to do with facilitation, have a lot to do with funding. But the ministers have been promising us to bring the health insurance bill, which is one way we can raise funds to deal with the challenges we have in the sector. But these are 3 years down the road. We've not seen the bill. Can the Honorable Minister guide us? When do we expect to have this bill so that we deal with the health sector challenges once and for all? Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. You know, I shared with Honorable Nakut on this matter. And some of the information, Honorable Minister, which was disturbing, was that the doctors were not on ground. It's the interns who were in. I think this is a matter you need to investigate deeply, Honorable Minister. You send your technical team on ground, you try to dig deep so that people can see indeed you're taking this matter more seriously.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. As indeed I said, as a minister, we are very concerned, and I do promise that we are going to investigate this issue and other issues which will come on the way, and I'm going to engage with the honorable member so that we get more, and definitely we'll report back after we get to the
No,
report.
you don't need to report back here. Ensure you engage the community. I don't want to croak the order paper here. Just engage the community more.
Thank you so much. As she said that already waiting the report. Right Honorable Speaker, I'll start from where the Honorable Asimwe said the health insurance bill, as you are aware, most members that has been ongoing, consultations are ongoing, and very soon, I am sure as a ministry, we shall come here and update you how far we have reached. But we have been having different serious consultation on the health insurance bill, 3/4 so far covered, and we hope that very soon we shall come back here.
Thank you, Honorable.
On the ambulances. Right Honorable Speaker, I vividly remember and recall I was in this parliament when many members raised issues that there were ambulances that were purchased by the Minister of Health, and most members were complaining they did not get ambulances. At no single day have I been in this parliament that I've had a tuk-tuk being purchased by the government through the Minister of Health. The time I've been the Minister of Health, I have not had the tuk-tuk. I know that even during the NAM meeting, all the ambulances that most of them were given out to the districts were recalled back. And we have just returned them to the respective districts. We came here and said that the purchasing of ambulances is ongoing, depending on the funds we shall get. But I will investigate the same issue by the honorable member, Honorable Segona, and we find out this tuk-tuk, and then we shall see how it come. But even his constituents, I am aware that at least there are some ambulances that were given, but we shall look into that and investigate.
Honorable
I
Timothy
thank you.
Michael.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I raise on a matter of national importance concerning lack of mineral information in Ntungamo district, where a number of minerals have been discovered, and lately lithium, which is causing a lot of challenges. At the moment, people do not know how they should give out their land, either through a lease or selling it. They don't know how to deal with investors. At the moment, investors come, they acquire land, they buy it in the way they want, and people don't know even how much they are supposed to charge because they don't know whether they are leasing or selling their land. Secondly, these investors do not go through the district administration and political structures. They go directly to the local councils, and therefore, the guidance the residents would get is not simple to attain. Another issue is that the guardian at the moment, who is working in Kajara County, who is guiding investors, is Honorable Mururi Mukasa, who is a minister. So the local government leadership cannot confront the minister when they find challenges with the investors. My prayers. Prayer number one, that the ministry in charge of minerals should give mineral information to the people of Ntungamo district and the entire country, because most of the people do not know even how those minerals look like, and they don't know how they are supposed to deal with investors when they come to acquire land. Secondly, the minister who is down there in Ntungamo guiding our investors should really cause a situation where people can get information, liaise with the minister in charge of minerals, so that our people can get all the required information so that we can develop minerals without confronting our citizens in a bad way. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
This requires a very structured answer. Government Chief Whip, I don't know how much time you think you can be able to coordinate with the minister to have a statement.
Right Honorable Speaker, in the absence of the minister in charge of minerals, we are not competent enough to declare to the country that we have discovered some minerals in Ntungamo. I would pray in the circumstances that time be given, probably next week, for the minister to come and update the House on this alleged discovery of minerals in Ntungamo district. Yes,
Thank
it
you.
is.
Now, I would need Wednesday, but now the focus is on the process. How do you sensitize the community to know you have precious minerals here? Because sometimes it's saying when people know, people in the ministry know there are minerals here, then there are people go and buy. Okay, they buy the land, they take over the land, and then after they come and reap big when locals got peanuts out of their land. So this shouldn't be only about Ntungamo, it's generally the country. Okay, I was in Wenjo, some people, when we went with the Committee on Natural Resources, guys who are even mining gold told us, I've never seen gold, but you're the one mining it. Said these guys have processes the way they do it. Personally, I've never seen how gold looks like, despite spending over 20 years mining gold in my own land and selling. So there's a lot of cheating going on. Public sensitization needs to be brought. Point of procedure.
Mr. Speaker, something has been mentioned of our honorable colleague, the Honorable Minister, Mururi Mukasa. And I find it very, very strong that a minister's name has been placed on the Hansard as having left the ministry and gone down for public service and gone down to guide investors. It raises very serious ethical issues. I'm imploring you to guide whether it is not procedurally right that you call the minister himself to come here and clarify whether he's still our minister or he's a broker for investors. Because how a minister leaves Kampala to go to Ntungamo and guide investors, we want to know whether it is another public service job, which would raise issues of conflict of interest. And two, that we are looking for him in Kampala as a minister. He's in Ntungamo, or he's there as an investor. We need to have that clarified on the Hansard.
Thank you.
It's very serious.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, the statement from the Minister of Energy is because when we extract what we are supposed, what the ministers are supposed to respond to, all these issues are covered. Okay, They said so-and-so is the one welcoming investors. Did you give him that duty? Okay, so all these are covered. I expected the statement from the Minister for Energy to address all those issues. Now, then when Honorable Mukasa feels, Mururi Mukasa feels that has been mentioned and allegations made against him unfairly, then we apply Rule 55. He can invoke Rule 55 to bring a statement of personal explanation on the matter, and we clarify the record straight. Now, Attorney General, there's something you want to add on?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to add something to what you just said. You see, I want to use this word complaint. The complaint as stated by Michael Tumuzigu, Honorable Michael Tumuzigu, is that people buy land. He presumes that these people already know that your land has minerals, which they may not actually have known at the time they buy this land. You all know that land is a commercial commodity, and clearly land belongs to the people. People sell as and when they want. So whoever sells the land and whoever buys the land, you are not under obligation to disclose whether land has minerals or not. I think what should happen is that the Ministry of Energy should do a proper mapping of areas that have minerals so that people know that I am actually seated on a piece of land that is mineral rich. But if I decided to sell to...
Then I will think otherwise. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, and I think Attorney General put it very clear. Disclosure, okay? If you're a ministry and you know you've mapped and there are prospective minerals within this same area, inform the community. Inform the community. But colleagues, let's handle this when the statement comes, okay? Where we shall engage the minister from here. Honorable Saropendi, yes, Honorable Namuga, procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I should thank you for always taking good welfare of the members of Parliament and ensuring that we carry on our mandate. Right Honorable Speaker, you may assume that this house is very normal today, but I want to inform you that there is something that has happened to your honorable members of Parliament. Honorable colleagues, we left this place today with the Office of the Leader of Opposition at 10. We went to the field for an inspection of roads. We were given vehicles from Parliament to go to the field. Unfortunately, as we're in the field, we were informed that Parliament has withdrawn its vehicles. Immediately, and security, everything, the vehicles had to leave immediately with all our bags, with all our belongings. The vehicles left immediately. As I am here, Right Honorable Speaker, I don't know where my bag is. My colleagues don't know where their properties are. So, Right Honorable Speaker, in life, I've never seen this for the 2.5 years I've been in this Parliament. I beg for your indulgence, Right Honorable Speaker. It is very abnormal. Right Honorable Speaker, this is about your members of Parliament. I don't know where my bag is. I may assume that it was confiscated by the person, I don't know. But these were your vehicles of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, I need an explanation from whoever is concerned of when did this habit start, and how could the property of a member of Parliament be withdrawn even without informing a colleague? So, Right Honorable Speaker, how can this happen? I want to know, where is my bag, Right Honorable Speaker? I need to know where my bag is.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues.
Order. Honorable colleagues, administrative issues are handled administratively. Me and the leader of opposition, when he has an issue that is of administrative nature, he calls me. I haven't received any single call. I have been in office. I haven't been notified by anyone of what happened. So when a clerk calls you on such a matter, then you should call the speaker
and say, but Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, this has happened. Have you sanctioned it? Is it right? Then number two, I would now need first hear from the clerk. I want to know, did we follow the right procedure of getting parliament vehicles? Because I have seen there are occasions when we work with the drivers and we have parliament vehicles. I'm not saying that's what has been done. Just get me clearly. I'm not saying that's what has been done, but there is a procedure. So I would ask the clerk, if the right procedure of allocating a vehicle to an office to go and do work was followed, what was the problem? Why did you have to record the vehicles? Then I listened to the clerk. But please, these are not issues of plenary, and I want to inform you this. These are administrative issues. Plenary does not manage how vehicles in parliament are deployed, how they are withdrawn. I want to be clear on that. Okay, no, please. If it's about members, you reach out to your speaker. That's why you voted me. No one reached out to me. You don't wait for me on the floor of parliament and you want it to be a national matter. You start raising it here. That's wrong. I just want that. I have a way I communicate with the Office of Leader of Opposition. The Office of Leader of Opposition has a director employed by parliament, has staff employed by parliament. It is not ROP who arranges vehicles. Those staff are the ones who should answer. So I'll go back, okay? Now that I've gotten the matter, I ask the clerk, I ask the director and Office of Leader of Opposition, I ask them what happened. But I would urge you, colleagues, matters which are internal to parliament. Then if I fail to handle, you can come here and you raise them. Yeah. No, please. Honorable Saro Pendi.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we are within the East African community, and as the East African community, we pride ourselves in the free movement of goods, services, and labor. Right Honorable Speaker, we are aware that in the early years, we used to have a lot of smuggling before this ESC arrangement came on board. After the ESC arrangement, we expect people to be able to move freely within the borders, but of course within the law, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, there has been increased high-handedness, increased harassment of our people in Tororo district by the Uganda Revenue Authority, resulting into even death of some of the people from within Tororo. We just buried a young man early this year. As a result of URA chasing this man, Simon Peter. He had 5 young children, 44 years. The man was carrying a carton of baking flour from Kenya. A carton, Right Honorable Speaker. And yet we say that goods that are supposed to be taxed. Yes, people who move cross-border, there are items which move, there's a threshold. I think it is 1 million shillings. For as long as items are below that amount of money, somebody is allowed to freely move. But URA has been so rough on the people. And when I asked why people cannot stop, Right Honorable Speaker.
My sister, Honorable Sarah Opendi, Mr. Speaker, and my colleagues, what she's talking is very true. Our grandfathers used to go to Kenya in a market called Chebukube. Chebukube market was a market where Ugandans used to go with 1 fish and they come back with 1 loaf of bread called tip-top. And with that is why you find some of us, our mothers come from Kenya and fathers come from Uganda. But these people who have been employed in the name of URA and smuggling have forgotten that those borders are colonial borders that were put there by colonialists. It is always by nature we people who are born on the border to do cross-border trade. There is no smuggling at all. Because even Kenyans come here and buy fish. And we go there and buy also what? bread called hutiputop. Therefore, Honorable Sir Opendi is very right, but the harassment of our people on the border must stop, because we are people who are cross-border, people who cross from, the fact we have cows that come to graze in Uganda and go back to Kenya. What did we call that? Therefore, you are very right. They should stop harassing our people. That is not smuggling. That's cross-border trade.
Thank you, Honorable Macho, for the information. Right, Honorable Speaker, you are aware that we have been struggling here on the issue of the small gate in Malaba, wanting the small gates to be open, right, Honorable Speaker. It was closed, it is partially open. And the reason for that small gate is to allow these people who are moving with small goods that don't require passing through customs to pass. However, right, Honorable Speaker, the point that I'm raising is on the harassment, continued harassment of the people who are moving with small items, trying to look for survival. And these items are not taxable. So, right, Honorable Speaker, I want to urge the Minister of Finance, who supervises Uganda Revenue Authority, to prevail on Uganda Revenue Authority to stop harassing people who are moving with goods that are below the threshold, so that they can be able to live.
Thank you, Honorable Sarah. Honorable colleagues, two things. Of course, one, to begin with, the unfortunate losing a life, under whatever means, is extremely unfortunate, and our condolences. But two things. One, the most important aspect I picked is high-handedness of how you handle a matter. But then again, I want us to be very cautious, because smuggling is an offense. And this is a matter of the law, not on the matter of anyone. But what I have seen is how the information is shared and how the public is engaged. So I will request the Minister for Trade, you work with the Minister for Finance and URA, you meet members of Parliament from border areas. On border areas, there are cases which have been coming from West Nile. The ones of West Nile have been really, Honorable Fida was in my office the other day. Honorable Feta came over. He was really, nearly every MP from West Nile has come. Nearly every MP from West Nile has come to my office over these issues. So it is very, very important. The issue of high-handedness is what is the main problem. But it should be on record that Parliament here, we cannot come and say it is okay to do smuggling. Now that would be, I don't know the threshold which Macho is talking about of TikTok. Then there is that issue of the small gate. Honorable Bahati, please interest yourself in that issue. You'll get details of the small gate. Someone has a small key of a small gate. Please, ensure we do it by next week. These are not issues we need to come back here. Engage these MPs so that they have what they can tell their people. Let me first listen to Honorable Segona, and then I add Honorable
Mr.
Bahati.
Speaker, I want to thank you very much, and I want to seek your guidance. I earlier wanted to raise this matter with you, but I found you had guests who I did not want to listen into this conversation, even when they were here in Parliament. At the end of last year, you remember, you brokered discussions that led us into an agreement to refer the matter of kidnaps and abductions, one, to a committee of Parliament, actually a joint operation of two committees of Parliament, and another one referred to the Human Rights Commission. As we were waiting for those two committees to kickstart the processes as assigned, kidnaps have come back. Just 5 days ago, one of my councillors in Chengera was kidnapped. I have been struggling with the family and the local leadership to ensure we have peace. We do not have these demonstrations which would lead to other deaths. I have been engaging CMI, specifically speaking with the Deputy Director of CMI, because we were informed that the drone that picked this councillor called Martin Owen Mwanga was a drone operated by CMI, this time covered with the police patrol. Now we are dealing with family who are coming to us saying, please support us, because the gentleman who was the breadwinner is missing. Mr. Speaker, is there no way we can stop this vice? I didn't want to say this when we had guests. At least I'm that disciplined. I'm not like the kidnappers. I'm not like the kidnappers. Can't we find a way of stopping these kidnaps? Secondly, what is so difficult about the NRM government treating people they suspect to have committed crime in accordance with the law? Thirdly, where do you get the moral authority to enforce the law or claim to enforce the law if you cannot abide by the Constitution? It is unfortunate that the ministers responsible are not here, but I would seek your guidance on how we can move from here, especially in light of the fact that the committees we assigned work have not started. I can perfectly understand that we've had an explosive budget period. May we be guided on when these processes are going to start, because citizens are suffocating. I beg to be guided.
Thank you. That's very unfortunate, Honorable, and I really feel for you on this matter. I need to make consultations in terms of the committees, how they can come quickly to start on the work. But again, most of the questions you've asked are the questions we wanted the committees to tackle, okay? But after this session, me and you are going to meet and we see how best we can work together. Like we said as leaders, we always work together, and following up on these cases, we first immediately, we do what is immediate, okay? As we embark on ensuring that the committees start work as we agreed. Immediate after this plenary, I'm going to meet you. Honorable colleagues, next item, I have some matters, I know I have them here, but they were structured answers, okay? They were not urgent and they've entered into my time. So I know, Okot, I know your matter. I'll give you time. Okay? Yeah.
Item
That's
3 on the order paper, statement by Minister on 1, the outbreak of foot and mouth disease in the cattle corridor and the resultant quarantine.
Honorable Minister for Agriculture.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to explain to Parliament and to the country the status of our efforts in controlling FMD and our ultimate objective of eradicating it. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I am responding to issues raised in this House at the second sitting of the third meeting of the third session of the 11th Parliament on Thursday, 25th April, 2024, regarding foot and mouth disease. Right Honorable, specifically you directed me to present a comprehensive statement in response to the following issues. 1, how long the affected districts have been under quarantine and how long it is anticipated to take. What's the government's position on availing the vaccine to farmers? 3, government to present the short and long-term measures to manage economic effects for the outbreak in the affected districts. 4, how the disease spread to various districts and get their measures in place. 5, what's the support needed by the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries from the different stakeholders. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, foot and mouth disease, or FMD, as shortly abbreviated, is a highly contagious viral disease that affects all cloven-hoofed animals or two-hoofed. These include cattle, goats, sheep, pigs, and wild animals such as buffaloes, deers, and antelopes. The disease spreads very fast through close contact between infected and uninfected animals. The disease is transmitted through aerosols or fluid droplets breathed out by infected animals and contact with affected surfaces. The aerosols can be transmitted by wind to far areas. The affected animals get wounds in the mouth, feet, and teeth in female animals. FMD is the most dreaded disease in international trade of animals and animal products. Countries that have eradicated the disease do not allow trade with affected countries or those that control the disease by vaccination. The disease causes significant economic losses to the farmers and to the country due to disruption in animal production, productivity, and in trade of animal and animal products. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, scientists and economists have estimated the economic cost of FMD to a farmer per unit livestock to be USD $20 per livestock. The cost can be higher with repeated infections. Our target, therefore, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, as government, is not only to control the disease, but to eradicate it. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the ideal situation that enables any livestock producing country to fully control and eradicate FMD requires the following interventions. The ideal. Number one, undertaking a biannual compulsory vaccination exercise of the entire susceptible animal herd in the country. And the susceptible herd includes all two-hoofed animals, that's cattle, sheep, goats, and pigs. For purposes of universal coverage, compliance, and biosafety considerations. Since vaccines are live organisms, governments normally offer the vaccines as a public good for control of the live organisms. This, however, varies from country to country, depending on the number of animals and the budget implications for buying the vaccines recurrently, because it's recurrent. The other ideal approach to control and eradication is the test and slaughter, followed by safe disposal of the carcasses by either burning or burying or both. When the veterinary authorities confirm the outbreak, they determine the affected animals and those at risk for destruction. This, however, is followed with compensation by government, which is a very expensive practice. This is the practice in developed livestock countries like the United Kingdom, among others. So you kill, you destroy, but you compensate the farmer. In addition to the above, there is the movement control restrictions, what is famously called quarantine, are always imposed, either in part or as a whole, in the affected geographical location, depending on the epidemiological assessment by the competent authorities. And the competent authorities, Right Honorable Speaker, are veterinary authorities. These animal movement restrictions, however, are temporary measures to disrupt transmission, but their duration depends on the discipline and compliance of the different stakeholders. These are the farmers, the traders, the processors, and the enforcement agencies, and also on the country's ability to implement intervention 1 and 2 above. One is the biannual compulsory vaccination, and 2 is the test and slaughter, but with compensation. Current situation in the country. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, there are 36 districts currently affected and under quarantine. These are Budaka, Bukedia, Bukomansimbi, Bunyangabu, Butaleja, Fort Portal City, Gomba, Ibanda, Isinjiro, Kabarole, Kasanda, Kayunga, Kazo, Chibuga, Chibuku, Kiruhura, Kumi, Chankwanzi, Chegegwa, Chotera, Luka, Ruengo, Yantonde, Mbarara City, Mitiana, Mpiji, Mubende, Nakaseke, Nakasongora, Namisindwa, Ngora, Ntunga, Moraka, Irwampara, and Zimbabwe. All districts neighboring the aforementioned districts are at high risk and under strict surveillance, and authorities are advised to remain vigilant. These include Apache, Amolata, Bujiri, Bushenyi, Butaleja, Hoima, Iganga, Jinja, Kabare, Kabiramaido, Kairo, Kamuri, Kamwenge, Katakwi, Kasese, Chivare, Chibuga, Chenjo, Jombale, Masindi, Mayoge, Mukono, Namalemba, Akapiripirit. I'm trying to remember Namalemba, my apologies. Balisa, Rukunjiri, Sirongo wa Kisansoroti. Policy and control measures in place. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, our policy as government on FMD is for government to avail vaccines to farmers as a public good for reasons explained earlier. For so many years, I think since colonial times, government of Uganda through the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries has been providing a budget item for procuring vaccines. This, however, has been insufficient and only covers 1.1% of the susceptible domestic animal population, contrary to the recommended of at least 80% coverage, leaving the rest of the herd vulnerable. This explains why the country experiences repeated outbreaks. Although the Animal Disease Act, CAP 38, empowers the Commissioner of Animal Health to order for the destruction of affected animals under the test and slaughter approach, the country cannot afford to implement this provision of the law due to high compensation budget requirements. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, with the budget limitations alluded to above, our ministry adopted the ring vaccination methodology, targeting the locations with animals at high risk. When we buy the few vaccines annually, the budget we get, on average, gives us 500,000 doses. We distribute them to district veterinary officers of most prone districts and those with outbreaks to carry out ring vaccination around the infected herds or kraals. We also institute quarantine and other measures in the affected and susceptible districts to prevent spread or disrupt transmission. Right Honorable Speaker, our total susceptible animal herd that requires FMD vaccination as per current estimates is 44 million cattle, sheep, goats, and pigs. This therefore requires an annual vaccine stock of 18 million doses for the biannual vaccination requirement at a cost of $2 per dose. The financial implication for this translates into US dollars 176 million. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, government has been studying this financial implication and notes the financial stress it would impose on the national budget if the requirement of the biannual mass vaccination is to be achieved. Accordingly, and with the guidance of the President, a cabinet paper is scheduled for discussion on Monday, 5th February, 2024, that's the next cabinet, to consider a number of policy options, including cost sharing by the farmer. Since the cost per dose is seemingly affordable for most livestock farmers, I will revert to this House and to the country on the final position adopted by Cabinet. In the meantime, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, my ministry has repurposed some of the budget you give us, some of our development budget, and managed to avail 2.56 million doses to the country through the DVOs of 94 districts last year. The list is attached on this brief. It shows who took what DVO. Under the same arrangement, we have ordered for 2.3 million doses expected in a few months to come. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, another challenge associated with procuring of FMD vaccines is that they cannot be bought off shelf. Since they are biologicals, they are live organisms with a short shelf life. You order and they manufacture for you. This explains the delay in their supply chain. In the circumstances, Right Honorable Speaker, it becomes inevitable for the Commission of Animal Health, who is the commander of the animal disease control chain in the country, to order or impose animal movement restrictions, or what you know as quarantine, in affected districts. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, quarantines are unpopular and an inconvenience to people's livelihoods, but yet again inevitable as temporary measures to control further spread to alarming and uncontrollable epidemic levels. We can lose the whole herd if we don't become strict. If the stakeholders can be disciplined and comply with the quarantine protocols, the disease will resolve or be contained in a very short time as we also wait for the vaccines. In the past, this has been achieved. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we are also working with our neighbors in Tanzania to collaborate in the fight against FMD, since it is a transboundary disease. The collaboration focuses on areas of synchronization of vaccination calendars, as well as coordination between our veterinary authorities in the clearance of animal movement and disease surveillance across the border. In summary, the following measures are being undertaken by the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, and we call upon all the stakeholders to strictly observe them, and we shall eventually win. Vaccination, ring vaccination around the affected areas with the vaccine stock, as I have explained, what is given and what is coming. Animal movement control, there are checkpoints. Closure of livestock markets, colleagues, that's where the spread starts, from the markets. Because you bring a cow, it's not bought, it goes back with the disease. And institution of quarantine measures. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, as Arya stated, our goal is to completely eradicate FMD. The policy measures that the Cabinet is yet to discuss and approve next week will ensure that adequate vaccine stocks are available in the country in time for farmers to access. Vaccination will also be compulsory. Proof of vaccination for every eligible animal will be a precondition for animal movement and market access for animal and animal products. And on this, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I will seek your support in enabling us to achieve this goal of eradicating FMD for Uganda. Responses to specific questions raised in the last sitting and by your directive, Right Honorable Speaker. How long the affected districts have been under quarantine and how long it is anticipated to take. Districts have been placed under quarantine restriction at different times as the disease appears, depending on when the outbreak occurred and the area affected and at risk, provided with vaccines to undertake ring vaccination against FMD, monitored by laboratory testing for FMD clearing, then quarantine restrictions lifted. This also depends on the compliance of the district officials and stakeholders. Some break quarantine deliberately, and we have some districts. I have not mentioned them for now, but we will mention them if need arises. When the ministry noticed an escalation of FMD outbreak due to the farmers and traders moving infected animals to nearby open markets and spreading FMD, a decision was made to institute full quarantine restrictions in all the affected districts and extending the restrictions of the districts that already had restrictions. It is this action that has led to the 6 districts being under full quarantine restrictions. It is, however, planned that quarantine restrictions stay in place till the country receives FMD vaccine. Distribution and vaccination are done together with laboratory testing, and then quarantine restrictions will be lifted. This will ensure that the animals are protected, FMD will be controlled, and prospects of animals and animal products trade will be realized. However, with continued surveillance, the quarantine can be lifted earlier, depending on how quickly the disease is contained in an area. Safe trade arrangements in areas not affected by disease are also being discussed between veterinary officials and district authorities. Colleagues know how this can be done, arranging what they call a patchery, where you gather the cows for loading to final destination markets and not return markets. Government's position on availing the vaccine to farmers. As explained above, Right Honorable and colleagues, in the next 1 or 2 months, we expect to receive and dispatch 2.3 million doses of the vaccine to these affected and susceptible districts for ring vaccination scale up, because it was started last year. I will again brief Parliament, perhaps in the next 1 month, on the new policy positions Cabinet will have taken on the matter. Related to the Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to also inform you that NARO, the National Agricultural Research Organization, has started on the process of formulating and developing our own FMD vaccine. The scientists have so far formulated two monovalent, a combination of two stereotypes of FMD virus. FMD candidate vaccines and are due for evaluation and further scrutiny by the country's regulatory bodies, NDA and National Council. When the evaluation of the candidate vaccines comes out successful, NARO will be authorized to carry out trials for determination. If this level is also successful, government will further support NARO to produce for mass rollout, as is happening with the anti-tick vaccine. That's when we are for mass rollout. We don't do COVID vaccine, right, Honorable? Someone is mentioning COVID. This is not for NARO. 3, government to present the short and long-term measures to manage economic effects for the outbreak in the affected districts. In the short term, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, government will prioritize availability of vaccines as explained. Also prioritizing these FMD-prone districts for increased development of water for production facilities, because the more animals move in search for water and pasture, the more they spread and the more they become vulnerable. We shall also increase availability of farm mechanization equipment for affordable animal feed production to encourage intensive farming and reduce extensive animal roaming that facilitates disease spread. As a long-term measure, vaccine production is being prioritized under NARO. In this regard, I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for having visited NARO with colleague MPs and for your pledge to support their research funding gaps. How long the disease spread to various districts and yet how did the disease spread to other districts and yet there are measures put in place? Honorable Speaker and colleagues, where the competent authority in MAIF has put in place these disease control measures, there is a lack of cooperation and compliance among stakeholders in some districts, not all, but some districts. Quite often there is a clash and sometimes connivance as enforcement personnel and veterinary officials to flout these measures. They want markets to go on for revenue while facilitating disease transmission. This is how and why the disease further spreads and the quarantine duration inevitably gets prolonged. What support does MAIF need from the stakeholders? Honorable Speaker, the most sustainable solution is the ideal approach explained above of routine biannual compulsory FMD vaccination for all the susceptible animals. In the meantime, as we process the proposed policy measures through cabinet, we seek the support of a supplementary budget. Right Honorable, we have a meeting with the Minister of Finance at 4, if you allow me to go, to see the possibility of procuring 10 million doses. Again, we've never gotten any to cover all the affected and high-risk districts, and also support and equip district veterinary officials with the disease surveillance tools and resources, more personnel, and enabling infrastructure like cold rooms for vaccines. Because if we get more doses, they require for safe storage. Conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker. As I conclude, I would like to appeal to honorable colleagues and fellow farmers to appreciate and support these measures and bear with government as we fight to control and eradicate FMD. I further appeal to the district veterinary authorities to ensure strict disease surveillance, timely reporting, and ensure transparency and accountability in the administration of the government-provided vaccines. I further appeal to fellow political leaders, especially the district local governments, to respect and support the disease control chain of command with veterinary scientists in the lead. Let them lead and we support them. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, for listening to me.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. No, colleagues, at a time of debate, we don't deal with clarification. It's a debate. So, Honorable Minister, I want to thank you. Please. Number one, the vibrancy you brought to the ministry and the passion which you have for the agriculture sector, with support of your colleagues, Honorable Afande Ramirama, Honorable Adoa, and Honorable Chakuraga. I visited Naro. Honorable colleagues, I would urge each one of you, because you see, sometimes the minister kept calling me, visit Naro, visit Naro. So, but what do I do at Naro? But I feel every month I should visit Naro. They are doing a fantastic job. These are our professionals who do not know about our politics. They know about technical work. The only thing they need is our support. Because when you look at the commercial, if we can commercialize what they are doing, or you can find they are able to even bring down the cost of these vaccines by more than half. But also they steady supply, quick supply, instead of waiting for all this period. So during this budgeting period, Committee on Agriculture and Committee on Budget, please, issues of supporting NARO. These are issues, let's put our foot on. We are an agriculture-based economy. We can't run away from this. And I promise I will follow up because they are doing a fantastic job. Honorable colleagues, you have heard the minister, and you will allow me, I start with members from the cattle code and professionals in the area. Yes, Dr. Bwanika, when he's presenting on these matters, okay? Then members of the budget committee, I beg you listen so that you know what you're going to implement. Okay. So let me start with Honorable Kajwenje. I add on Chiruhura. I add on Gomba. I add on Chankwanzi. Kwizera, I don't have many cows in Mixoro, but I will allow you. I allow Amorata. No, but Honorable colleagues, what I promise you is, if you don't become selfish, you take wrong. Please, I promised you to give you time on this issue. So just take your time. So let's do very quick, and then we come to the doctor. Yeah. No, I'm going to pick you, Honorable colleagues. Yes, please, Honorable Kajwenji.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. I have listened to the Minister of Agriculture, a very good statement, but I'm at pains. I also acknowledge that the team at MAIF is doing a great job. However, I come here with a heavy laden heart. My constituents, the people of Nyabushozi, who are now under a quarantine restriction, who cannot sell anything, who depend 99% on the cattle, who next week are supposed to take their children to school. They cannot sell their milk, they cannot service their loans, they cannot get treated, they can't even treat the sick animals. Just because somebody, the minister, named the commander of the disease by a stroke of a pen, imposed a quarantine restriction. And why a quarantine restriction? For a disease, a viral disease that can be eradicated. Right Honorable Speaker, this country under the NRM leadership has eradicated diseases. Why on earth can't we eradicate FMD? Yet the livestock subsector contributes significantly to our national budget. Is it poor planning? Is it poor budgeting? I want to attribute it to poor planning. I'm sorry for that. Let me say this. The statement clearly says the vaccine costs $2. But treating a sick cow is $20. It's more expensive tenfold. So why can't we have sufficient vaccine vials in the country? Two, let me say this, Right Honorable Speaker. Amazingly, our farmers buy more expensive vaccines on their own. They buy injectables on their own, more expensive than FMD vaccine. If, let me state, the Ministry of Agriculture cannot procure sufficient doses to cover the national herd, get out of business. Let the farmers, let the cattle keepers, let the cooperatives purchase these vials. The government and all governments worldwide know what they do best: regulation. Regulate the importation, regulate safekeeping, regulate vaccine exercise. But let these vaccination be sufficient and available on the market. Or allow farmer cooperatives like I have in Nyabushozi. Farmers have grouped themselves in cooperatives. They have the necessary resources. It requires them to have fridges, require them to have all the necessary facilities to keep vaccines, but allow them to procure vaccines on their own. Right Honorable Speaker, ring vaccination is a lazy policy. It's a completely lazy policy. Why? It comes after outbreak. Vaccination, or what you can call inoculation, comes before the disease outbreak. So what are we going to do with our children? What are people going to eat? What are we going to use to treat our animals?
Yeah, but Honorable,
and the government is here?
Honorable Kajwin,
yes.
Are you saying you want the minister to lift and open
in
to
the
lift
first
the
case?
quarantine? Because you see, when you're talking of next week, you're talking of immediate and short term.
Absolutely.
Okay?
This quarantine is not helping anything, Right Honorable Speaker. I can tell you, we are only treating, we are not vaccinating. There is already an outbreak. You inoculate or you vaccinate before an outbreak. It is even unheard of that we should be here on the floor of Parliament discussing that the whole country has an outbreak of FMD. It is bad for our economy.
Because
it
you
is
see,
bad for business.
Our fear, take it for example, during the time of COVID.
Yes, right. Honorable.
You vaccinated, but you were also treating.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Because COVID had already come.
Yes.
Would you say that now open the country, COVID is already here with us, or we
Brother.
first put in place some measures?
You asked me
because
right.
why I'm raising this, Honorable? I'm not, why I'm asking you and the Director, Honorable, my fear is if the minister does what you are talking about now, okay? Won't this spread go escalate and go out of control? And the people we are saying we want help, instead we find we are not helping them at all. I just wanted that to be very clear, that the minister knows what we are asking.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. From the statement read by the minister, 3/4 of the country are under quarantine. So what are you quarantining for? We need to treat them. It's actually now we are looking for treatment. It's not inoculation anymore. That's my point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
So, Honorable colleagues, I had no need for panicking. Okay, no need for panicking, Honorable colleagues. Chiruhura, Gomba, I had allowed Moses here, and then I had allowed Chankwanzi. I'm going to give you time. Honorable Yoton, I met you buying cows in Mbarara. So I hope they had no FMD. Yes. Switch on. Can you get another microphone? The microphone is, yeah, get.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for the statement. Right Honorable Speaker, you can see what we are going through. I appreciate my colleague Honorable Kajwenji on what he has raised. Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, we are here, but our people are passing through a very difficult situation. The people we are representing here. Right Honorable Speaker, I am happy that the minister asked for the supplementary budget. I commend this House that we provide that immediately. Supplementary budget to purchase the vaccine. 2, Right Honorable Speaker, we need to do mass vaccination. Ring vaccination at the moment is not helping us at all. We need to do mass vaccination. Right Honorable Speaker, thirdly, I want you to put yourselves in our shoes. Our children are not going to school. The districts are very stuck. We need to go on the ground and show these people that we are concerned as leaders, as a country. Right Honorable Speaker, we request the minister, we want to inform the Minister of Agriculture. Let's move with them on the ground. Let them go and explain to people. As much as we are putting measures, we have to show concern, Right Honorable Speaker. But we are passing through a difficult situation and we are not happy because people don't see the solution. Why we are here as members of parliament when they are suffering? I beg to submit. Thank you.
Gomba, then Diantonde.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And through you, I would like to thank the Minister for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, I listened in very well, and I've listened to my colleagues, Honorable Kajrenje and Honorable from Chiruhura. Right Honorable Speaker, I don't know if the ministries are aware that on top of the farmers trying to get their own vaccines, the market is also flooded with fake vaccines. When I was listening to the minister, I thought he would bring it up on how they are going to curb the fake vaccines on the market. Right Honorable Speaker, we were here before, and we talked about it for the Ministry of Trade and the Ministry of Agriculture. It is unfortunate that the farmers are buying vaccines, and the vaccines, most of them are fake. And the ministry is seated back, and we are suffering. Right Honorable Speaker, my second point, I would like to thank the ministry. I don't know why we often firefight. From the Honorable Minister's report, it looks like now we are firefighting, fire brigade, as if we didn't know this. He said they are going to have a meeting, but we've taken more or less 6 months in quarantine.
Conclude.
As I conclude, Right Honorable Speaker, the DVOs don't have enough facilitation. They cannot reach out to our farmers. And in your submission, you say that you're going to meet and do facilitation. Now, facilitation, in which particular capacity? Is it for transport? Is it for buying bicycles like I've seen here in the report, or the rest? Can we have enough facilitation, at least for the farmers, to get enough sensitization and also kind relief in areas where we don't have the disease heavily? Thank you.
Thank you, Diantonde. Then Moses.
Thank you, Mr. Right Honorable Speaker, and the Honorable Minister for the report. First of all, I agree. I want to support the Minister on one side. Honestly, ring vaccination works. And then, of course, mass vaccination would be better. But based on his report, certainly we don't have all the resources to do mass vaccination. So the best option for now is to take the ring vaccination. At least it's working in the Antonde. I must appreciate what the ministry is doing. But then the challenge that comes with the vaccine takes 6 months, implying that every after 6 months, we must revaccinate or we must boost the vaccine that we've used. Right Honorable Speaker, I think the question should be, as much as we are looking at giving a supplementary budget, why don't we channel more money in having the factory or the vaccine manufacturing locally be implemented so that annually we can deal with the problem for good? Because we are going to pass a supplementary today and we will not get the answer tomorrow. That's number one. Number two, Right Honorable Speaker, there's something the Honorable Minister mentioned. The type of vaccine that we are trying to manufacture, it's a 2 serotype. But apparently what we are also using is more of the same. And it's apparent, according to the DVOs, it's not working effectively. They're appreciating the recent one, which has 7 variants or variants, is much better. I think you're getting it from the UK. They're insisting. Also, us investing in a vaccine of 2 serotypes, which may not work for us, we should invest more in having more serotypes so that it can be more effective than we are planning to invest. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Now, Honorable colleagues, Honorable Kajwenje raised a very important point that government should be doing regulation. And really, I'm not imputing any ill motive, or I'm asking myself, are these vaccines even reaching the small people? Someone who has 1,000 cows, how do we buy for them vaccines? Why can't he sell 2 cows and buy vaccine? Because even me, I have my own agriculture practices, gardens I'm looking after. And then the Minister for Agriculture would say, for example, the Minister for Agriculture would say, before you sell a cow through regulation, that cow should have a certificate of vaccination. Okay? And now, these people who are having their big farms, thousands, because I usually see them bragging, saying for us, we don't have cows, we are not rich. Now, you who is rich, why are you waiting for government to give you vaccines? Okay? Why don't we go on regulation instead of spending these 100 billions? Then government will be able to control the type of vaccine, the vaccination process, and one is issued a certificate. And then we can say, for people of less than 50 cows, maybe, no, listen, maybe for 50 and below, you can say we're helping them. But someone who has 3,000 cows and is seated waiting for government to give them vaccines. Really? Oh no, Minister, I saw you were anxious to do.
Right Honorable, I plead for a minute. I want to thank you, colleagues, for discussing this issue soberly. And I feel for you because our livelihoods are disrupted. The point for you are raising are some of the policy propositions Cabinet will look at. But let me explain to you the science, why the scientists, since time immemorial, insisted that the government must buy the vaccines and give them out. One, take the lead. One, those vaccines, I'm not a veterinary, but I've been coached. And I can remember what they've told me. Yes, they have coached me because I am not a vet. Buanaka will correct me if I get a mistake, Honorable. Is that these are live organisms. Yeah, they are biological substances. And when you are importing, you import for the type of the virus you have. So if you allow X, Y, Z to import, just a minute, I'm coming to that. You can even import for the strains you don't have in your own country. So the options we have now for discussion in the cabinet, because it's a policy reversal now, I believe we would have some policy reform. We have established without any doubt that sure a farmer can afford. Even if you are a small 3-5 cows. We have established this, and at the ministry level, we have built consensus on that. So, the guidance from the president, which will be further discussed, is government import, have national veterinary medical stores for safe storage, and then send to the people, they pay through the national payment system of local government and Ministry of Finance. So that's why I could not conclusively give you this position until cabinet endorses it. We are certainly moving there. Now, the point of why do we panic? It's not that we are not aware of this, but I have told you, perennially, the ministry has been getting 1.1%, 500,000 doses. Here, we are the least funded. Ministry of Health is able to fight the vaccinatable diseases because there are many partners that put money in the basket, which is not the same with the agricultural sector. So, colleagues, I feel what you feel. Let us require the money initially, import the vaccines, and ask the farmers to pay for them. I am sure
I will pitch for this position in the cabinet and colleagues will support me.
And the farmers will support you. Moses?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I think one of the positions which I wanted to present is clearly articulated by the minister. At least let's go for cost sharing. Let's manage a process which enables us to have security within the system. But also I wanted to mention that amongst the other policies which you may wish to consider, and I've said this many times here, if you are going to work towards ensuring that the cattle we can export, it must be disease-free. So we should be engaging ourselves in policies and implementation of methods which will allow us have disease-free cattle, like feedlotting. Let's start progressing towards feedlotting. I've seen some person whom I know in Gomba. She does not, her place is disease-free. She does not treat. There are no ticks. Certainly there's no foot and mouth disease there. That's the right way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Chankwanzi. Then, Ayo.
Thank you so much.
Switch on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I should also begin by thanking the Honorable Minister for the statement and my honorable colleagues for their submissions. Mr. Speaker, I've been able to read the non-verbal communication of the minister when he was presenting. And I can tell you he's very concerned. But from his statement, he came out with 3 approaches. One is the biannual compulsory vaccination, to which he alluded that if the government can only vaccinate 1.1% of the susceptible animals. I happen to be a teacher by training. If a student scores 1.1%, then I would be ashamed to say that the student sat for the exam. So I can actually say, Right Honorable Speaker, I can actually say that there is no vaccination by government. 2 is the test and slaughter, followed by safe disposal, which he said that it's not possible, so that one we rule it out. Now we are left with only one option, and that is quarantine. Unfortunately, it's not productive. My colleagues have already submitted that our cattle keepers, Right Honorable, these are people who are dependent on their animals and the animal products. I can say 99%. My constituency, Butemba, people are not poor. And Right Honorable Speaker, you put it right when you said that these people can actually afford to do away with a few animals to spare the others. I liked the submission of my honorable sister from Gomba. She put it right. The problem is that these vaccines perhaps are not available. Now that the Honorable Minister is aware that they are strain-specific vaccines, can't the ministry avail these vaccines, put them somewhere where we have vaccine centers, and these people can buy the vaccines?
Thank you. That's a policy reversal the minister talked about.
Yeah,
and of course, it has to be government controlled the way it's put. But luckily enough, he said after cabinet and what he will come and update us.
Yeah.
Okay?
My only concern, Right Honorable, is that this is not the first time we are having FMD. FMD has been here.
Honorable Chankwanzi, the minister has told you about a policy reversal, which we hope this time will give us a better solution.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the minister that now is considering policy reversal. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, the policy and the strategy that we have been using for the last 60 years to manage FMD has resulted into us preserving and conserving FMD in the country. Yet by now, we should have dealt away with the FMD, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, among other vaccines for animals, FMD vaccines is only imported into the country through government or by government, not private people. You can imagine it is only government mandated to import FMD vaccines, not private people. So you see that level of control by government, and it is the commissioners who plan on how these vaccines get into the country and how they are distributed. And you can see there's already a complaint of having fake vaccines in the market. Now, how does those fake ones get into the country? Is it being brought by government? Right Honorable Speaker, these are issues because I come from Chawente sub-county, and the Banyankole here knows what Chawente means. So anything on cows, on goats, on sheep has been part of my life. I went to Kiruhura and Mbarara to buy some cows, and also in Nakasongola. The big farmers were questioning, what is wrong with the government? We can afford to buy vaccines for FMD, but we are not allowed. You have to go and plead. Then they give you only 100 doses, and some of these farmers have got up to 4,000 cows. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I think we would want to advise, one, government must adopt a policy where the veterinary officers or vet assistants would go to the field, take blood samples, so that we know the strain of the disease. Then they make analysis, they mobilize farmers to get their own money and pay for vaccines. If the cost of treating a Frisian cow is almost 100,000 shillings, why is government tight so much on only 7,000 shillings for 2 doses of treating, vaccinating FMD? So, Right Honorable Speaker, I think this policy must.
Thank you. Honorable Ganika, clerk, please establish for me quorum for the next item.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of FMD, it is important for us to look at what we need to do now and what we need to do in the future. What we need to do now, there are only 2 things. We must control animal movements. There is no option. It is a must. We must control animal movements. Number 2, we must avail vaccines. I'm in total support of a supplemental on the floor of Parliament to secure vaccines. But, Right Honorable Speaker, this supplemental should include the money for the coffee seedling farmers. That money should be included in that supplement.
Terego?
No, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm speaking on behalf of my...
Thank you so much.
Just Terego, wait a bit. Please, honorable colleagues. Our rules of procedure are very clear. Here we work through rules of procedure. It's not when a debate is on a certain matter, okay? When a debate is on a certain matter, we debate on certain matter. Personally, my area, we don't have cows in Mitoma. I don't own cows. Okay? So no one can, instead I grow coffee. Okay? But the debate we have now is on FMD. Yeah. Terego?
Yeah, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I join colleagues in supporting what the minister has just presented on the floor Parliament. Our cows in Terego are almost like goats, and we have had the honor to have the big cows so that we improve on our breed of cows in Terego. Now, if we are going to have these cows die, Right Honorable Speaker, protection, Right Honorable Speaker, if we are going to have these cows die of disease, honestly, Terego will not have the chance to improving its cows. The breed of its cows. I think we need to have a supplementary budget so that we are able to get the right medicine, and the control must continue. In this country, fake medicine continues to come, but this does not stop government from quality control. I am in total agreement so that my people can eat better cows and bigger quality,
Thank
and we
you.
marry out of them. Thank you.
General Mujira, I saw you standing up. Aria? Was he? Okay. It was General Kavuma. It was. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister of Agriculture for the statement and his proposal to reverse the policy on FMD. And we seem to be agreeing, all of us, that he has good proposals and pending cabinet approval when the next cabinet. But once that one is done, of course, there's going to be another long process. After the approval of the cabinet, he's going to come back here to brief Parliament. Then Parliament approves the money, which is not very little money. Then Minister of Finance looks for money, I don't know for how long. Now, my question or appeal therefore is, as we go all that through that process, people are in quarantine. People are not selling milk, they are not selling their cows. What do we do with this quarantine that is going really to affect, has already affected, is going to affect? So by the time we conclude this long process, will our people still be under quarantine, suffering? Maybe we need a position on the existing quarantine. I submit.
Now, thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I have my colleague who usually listens to me properly. Today I saw he's totally annoyed with me. Okay? And the unfortunate bit of it is when I'm running this house, I run it according to rules you gave me. Chapter 12 of our rules of procedure, Rule 72, yes, sub-rule 1, says, which is part 12 is about rules of debate. The only part to do with debate. And Rule 72, sub-rule 1, a speech of a member during debate must have reference to the subject matter under discussion. Okay? Today we are not discussing supplementary because that is against Rule 80, which is anticipation. Because there is no supplementary here, and the Minister of Agriculture does not bring supplementary, it's brought by the Minister of Finance. Today we are discussing a statement on FMD. Okay? So my brother, please take it in good faith. I'm just trying to interpret the rules. I can only run this house within the confines of the rules you gave me, okay? So I really wanted us to understand each other. I couldn't go outside. Now, honorable colleagues, I've seen, please, honorable colleagues, I've seen what we are presenting is all the same. Until, listen, you see it's not about hearing every side. Until where the policy reversal has been made, so that they come and give us details of that policy. Then the meeting which is on today. So, Honorable Minister, if you're handling today and Monday in cabinet, I think on Tuesday you would be able to come and bring another statement that would be more updated with whether the policy reversal has been allowed or not, whether the budget has been allowed or not, and then we continue the debate on Tuesday. Next item.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg that I report on Thursday.
Okay.
Because Tuesday I'm in Soroti.
Thursday.
Thank you.
I have established quorum, both online and present, 109 and 94. Next item.
Item number 4 on the order paper. Bill second reading. the Civil Aviation Authority Amendment Bill 2023.
Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, you already called you.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker and members. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Civil Aviation Authority Amendment Bill 2023 be read the second time.
Is the motion seconded? Ayo Tony, Honorable Muroni, Attorney General, the PDF, Amoti, Christine, Kasoro, Amero, Aber, Rutamaguzi, Santa, Wadyomu, Milton, Mushemeza, Gabriel. All right, Honourable Minister, you can use a minute to speak to your motion.
Right Honourable Speaker, the Civil Aviation Amendment Bill 2023 was read for the first time on 30th January 2024 pursuant to Rule 129 of the Rules of Procedure of the Parliament of Uganda 2021. The bill was referred to the Sectoral Committee on Physical Infrastructure for scrutiny. The object of the bill is to ensure that Uganda is in compliance and satisfactory performance in the Universal Safety Oversight Audit Program that commenced on the 6th of September 2023. The first phase ended and the second phase is on now, ending on the 8th of February 2024, and to ensure the safety and security of Uganda's aviation sector. The Sectoral Committee on Physical Infrastructure has concluded consultations on the bill and is ready to report on the same. Right, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Colleagues, I didn't call the sub-items under 3 because the Minister had already reached out to me and he had requested that he will be ready next week. Honourable Minister, you promised when? Which day next week? On Tuesday?
Right Honourable Speaker, on Tuesday I'll bring a full report on the 2 items.
Yes, on the roads. Issue of Kampala Jinja Expressway, then Nebigori Paida Zomba Road on Tuesday next week. The Minister had reached out to me. So, Chair, Honourable Watkins, you have a procedure matter?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you very much. Globally, and this is applied nationally, and it can also be applied locally. Presidential directive, Mr. Speaker. We have one president, and as a country, we can only have one president at a time. But there is this animal in the room, or even in Uganda, called presidential directive. A presidential directive forms into executive orders that have force of law and effect, or effect and order of law. Mr. Speaker, sir, when King was or had the opportunity to meet up with the president, he did ask for the international airport, especially in Kasese. I followed, yes, it's a procedural issue. The minister is here and he will be on the floor on Tuesday. The same president gave a directive to the minister to work on the international bridge, Mr. Speaker. As we speak right now, the minister or his colleagues have not made it a point to go and check on the bridge and the business, and we as a country are losing revenue. Mr. Speaker, sir, wouldn't it be procedurally right that when the minister shows up on Tuesday, he also ropes that in to update the nation, because as a country, we're losing quite a lot in terms of revenue and also livelihood, as far as the Kasese population is concerned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, honorable colleagues, you see, when I followed the rules strictly, I ended up annoying my colleagues here. So I didn't want to annoy another one immediately right away. Okay? But procedure should be on what is going on there and then. Okay? Should be about what is going on there and then. Honorable John wants to disturb me, so no, please. Yes, what's going on there and then, okay? So that's procedure should be about that. So I would really indulge you, but Honorable Minister, you've picked the point. Please, on Tuesday when you're coming, follow up on that. Honorable Chair?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues. This is a report of the Committee on Physical Infrastructure on Civil Aviation Authority Amendment Bill 2023. I table the report and the minutes of the meeting. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the introduction is that Civil Aviation Amendment Bill 2023 was read for the first time on Tuesday, 30th January 2024, and referred to the Committee on Physical Infrastructure in accordance with Rules 128 and 129 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament for consideration and report to the House. The object of the bill, the policy and principles of this bill are to amend Civil Aviation Authority Act CAP 354 to bring it to conformity with the Convention on the International Civil Aviation, Chicago Convention, to provide for delegation of powers to inspectors to have unrestricted access to aircraft, aerodromes, and aviation facilities, including cargo and records of aviation organizations under Uganda Civil Aviation Authority. To enable Uganda Civil Aviation Authority to recognize agreements of third-party states who are signatories to Article 83 bis of the Chicago Convention relating to transfer of functions and duties, and prescribe additional offenses. The amendment of the Act is intended to ensure Uganda's compliance and satisfactory performance in the Universal Safety Oversight Audit Program that commenced on 6 September 2023, and to ensure the safety and security of Uganda's aviation sector. The methodology: the committee held meetings and received memoranda from the following: the 1, Minister of Works and Transport; 2, the Office of Attorney General; 3, Uganda Civil Aviation Authority. Committee observations. The committee observed the following: Uganda, being a signatory to the International Convention of Civil Aviation, ICAO, 1994, is obliged under Article 37 of the Convention to comply with ICAO international standards and recommended practices contained in the 19 annexes to the Convention. The ICAO Universal Safety Oversight Audit Program, OSAP, for Uganda, that was carried out between 6th to 18th September 2023, was intended to monitor Uganda's compliance with ICAO safety-related SAPs or safety oversight obligations under the convention audited two critical elements relating to primary aviation and legislation and regulation made under primary aviation legislation and identified gaps both in the primary aviation legislation and Civil Aviation Act, which, if not addressed immediately, could affect several audit areas and consequently expose the country to adverse audit findings that could have far-reaching implications to the country, including a finding of significant safety concern. The bill proposes to empower the director to delegate his powers, that is 3 powers to inspectors to have unrestricted access to aircraft, aerodromes, and aviation facilities, including cargoes and records of aviation organizations under Uganda Civil Aviation Authority. 4, the bill proposes to enable the Uganda Civil Aviation Authority to recognize agreements of third-party states who are signatories to Article 83bis of the Chicago Convention relating to transfer of functions and duties. 5, the bill proposes to prescribe additional offenses and stringent penalties for certain offenses. 6, there is need to harmonize the provision for various offenses arising from acts of unlawful interference. These offenses are prescribed in Clause 10 under the proposed Section 64D. The proposed Section 64D, Clause 1, creates an offense against a person who unlawfully seizes an aircraft or engages in the unlawful seizure of an aircraft punishable by imprisonment for life, and yet some offenses created under the above-mentioned clause are similar to the offense of terrorism created under the Anti-Terrorism Act 2002, are punishable by death. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, 7 here, Clause 1, seeks to amend Section 2 of the Act to define acts of unlawful interference. 8, Clause 2 seeks to amend Section 6 of the Act to provide for additional functions of the Civil Aviation Authority to include safety oversight of air navigation services and safety oversight of aerodromes. 9, Clause 3 seeks to amend Section 15A of the Act to provide for additional powers of the Director General. 10, Clause 4 seeks to amend Section 15 to allow the Director General to delegate his or her powers to an employee of the authority as appropriate. 11, Clause 5 seeks to amend Section 38A to provide for the objective of ever investigation of an accident or serious incident as being to determine the safety factors and, where possible, the probable cause and the prevention of accidents or serious incidents. Clause 6 seeks to amend Section 38B by substituting for the word incident wherever it occurs the word serious incident to comply with CAO standards. Clause 7 seeks to amend Section 38C by substituting for the word incident wherever it occurs the words serious incident to comply with ICAO standards, and further to allow the investigators to have timely uninterrupted access and control over an aircraft accident or serious incident site, including wreckage, investigation materials, evidence, and documents, including aircraft service records and recorders. Clause 8 seeks to amend Section 39A to allow an inspector to have unrestricted and unlimited access to any part of the aircraft, aerodrome land, or area outside the aerodrome used by any business that operates at an aerodrome and any records and information that may be required during the conducting of an inspection.
Honorable Chair, we shall go through these clauses at committee stage. Can you go to the recommendations?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the committee recommends as follows. The committee recommends that government considers the additional amendments in order to sufficiently address the ICAO BUSOP audit findings. The committee recommends that the Civil Aviation Authority Amendment Bill 2023 be passed into law subject to proposed amendments. Then,
Thank you.
thank you very much. Right
For
Honorable
the
Speaker.
proposed amendments, we shall handle them at committee stage. Honorable colleagues, this is mainly more or less just comply with international standards. So I don't know really the debate we would want to have on this. Why don't we go on committee stage? Honorable Cyrus?
Chair, Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted first of all to commend the committee. And I wish all chairpersons would behave like that. When you are given work, deliver within 3 days and we go. I think that should be the way. In the similar vein, we should be bringing the legal aid bill here and we deal with it. I want to move that we go for committee stage straight away because I don't see any controversies in this or on compliance issues. You know, when it comes to issues of aviation, the sector is heavily sensitive. So we must align ourselves to the international conventions and the agreements.
Thank
I
you.
agree with
Clerk.
the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I now put the question that the Civil Aviation Authority Amendment Bill 2023 be read the second time. Those in favor say aye and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Civil Aviation Authority Amendment Bill 2023. Bills Committee stage. Clause 1.
Chair. Mr. Chair, proposed amendments to the Civil Aviation Authority Amendment Bill 2023, Clause 1, amendment of Section 2 of the Civil Aviation Authority Act. Clause 1 of the bill is amended A, by substituting for paragraph B the following. B, damage or destruction of an aircraft in service. B, in paragraph D and E, by substituting for the word airport the word aerodrome. Justification: to comply with the International Civil Aviation Organization ICAO standards and recommended practices relating to aviation security as provided in Annex 17 of the Chicago Convention.
Chair,
And this, yes, this goes along with E.
paragraph D and E.
Yes, paragraph D and E. Much obliged.
Thank you.
Honourable Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Chair, I agree with the proposed amendment.
Thank you.
I agree with the proposal.
Thank you. I put the question that clause 1 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1 as amended.
I put the question that clause 1 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Chair.
Clause 2, amendment of Section 6 of Principal Act. Clause 2 of the bill.
No. I think you needed, you had a new clause, Chair.
Yes. It was a misread. Sorry. It is Section 5 of the Principal Act is amended by numbering the existing provision as subsection 1 and by inserting immediately after subsection 1 the following. 2. The primary objective relating to aviation security in Uganda is to ensure the safety of passengers, crew, ground personnel, and the general public in all matters relating to safeguarding against acts of unlawful interference with civil aviation, in order to ensure that the aviation security remains the highest of priorities when related decisions are made. Justification to comply with the International Civil Aviation Organization ICAO standards and recommended practices relating to aviation security as provided in Annex 17 of the Chicago Convention.
Honourable Minister, I first listen to the Minister.
Chair, I agree with the proposed amendment.
Chair,
Honourable Singoma.
Chair, I would like to propose that the terms aerodromes and airport, as they occur in clause 2 and 1, are defined in the interpretation clause.
Honourable Chair, I wanted to respond to that.
Because they are taken care of in the definitions in the Principal Act.
Because, Chair, why I'm asking, when I look at your amendments, you wanted to insert a new clause immediately after clause 1, and I'm reading from your report. Yeah, just go back because I'm following.
Thank you
I
very
read
much.
through your report, and that's what I'm following.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. On page 6, there is a
So
proposed.
before we got clause 5, which
Yes,
you are talking about,
yes.
let us,
Yes.
immediate after clause 1.
Much obliged, Right Honourable Chair. Immediately after clause 1, we propose an insertion of a new clause immediately after clause 1, and the bill is amended by inserting immediately after clause 1 the following amendments of section 5 of the Principal Act. The bill is amended by inserting immediately after clause 1 the following amendments of section 5 of Principal Act. And I will repeat, section 5 of the Principal Act is amended A, by numbering the existing provision as subsection 1, and B, by inserting immediately after subsection 1 the following. 2, the primary objective relating to aviation security in Uganda is to ensure the safety of passengers, crew, ground personnel, and the general public in all matters relating to safeguarding against acts of unlawful interference with civil aviation, in order to ensure that aviation security remains the highest of priorities when related decisions are made. Justification to comply with the International Civil Aviation Organization ICAO standards and recommended practices relating to aviation security as provided in Annex 17 of the Chicago Convention. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Chair.
Yeah,
Honorable Chair, I agree with the proposed amendment.
thank you. Honorable colleague.
Honorable Chair, I concede.
Yeah, thank you. Attorney General shouldn't be disturbing you because you're one. A minister can only bring what you've advised him. I don't want to disturb
Most
you.
obliged.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I put a question that clause 1 be amended. No, I put a question that a new clause be inserted as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Right Honorable Chair, Clause 2, amendment of Section 6 of Principal Act. Clause 2 of the bill is amended by inserting immediately after paragraph QH the following. Q1, establishing a unit responsible for aviation security. And justification is to require CCA to establish a unit responsible for aviation security in compliance with ICAO standards and recommended practices relating to aviation security as provided for in Annex 17 of the Chicago Convention. So this is a requirement still by ICAO. Thank you very much.
Honorable Chair, I agree with the proposed amendment as demanded.
Thank you. Honorable Attorney General.
While I agree to the proposed amendment, the wording should change to say the establishment of a unit, because it is this section that is establishing the unit.
Okay.
It should read the establishment of a unit responsible for aviation security.
Chair.
It's okay, Right Honorable Chair. I concede.
As if it's grudging, okay.
No,
it's okay.
No.
Honorable colleagues, I put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2 as amended.
I put the question that clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Chair.
Thank you once again, Right Honorable Chair. Clause, there is an insertion of a new clause immediately after clause 2. The bill is amended by inserting immediately after clause 2 the following amendment of section 7 of the Principal Act. Section 7 of the Principal Act is amended in subsection 2 by deleting the words and security and paragraph. In paragraph I, by inserting immediately after paragraph K the following. I, to conduct aviation security audits, inspections, security tests, investigations, and vulnerability assessment, and M, to develop aviation security policies and requirements. Justification, to comply with the requirements of ICAO standards and recommended practices relating to aviation security as provided in Annex 17 of the Chicago Convention.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair, I agree with the proposed amendments.
Honorable colleagues, I put the question. Yes, Honorable Cyrus.
Just wanted to inquire from the committee and the minister about the frequency of the inspections, whether in the international benchmark they are not provided for. The frequency, if you are going to conduct safety inspections, for instance, are they talking about how often we do them? Is it necessary?
No, the inspections which we are talking about here, Chair and honorable members, is inspection by our inspectors, national inspectors, who are allowed to carry out inspection of aircraft, including all associated issues with the aircraft, including even the pilots at any one time. So this is different from the audits which come, after many years. Yeah, the inspection you cannot dictate, because the inspector should be free to carry out an inspection at any one time for the safety of the passengers and the aircraft.
Thank you. Colleagues, I put the question that a new clause be inserted in the bill as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Chair. No, honorable colleagues, in clause 3, I put the question that clause 3 stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I put the question that clause 4 stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Chair.
Thank you again, Right Honorable Chair. Insertion of new clause immediately after clause 4. The bill is amended by inserting immediately after clause 4 the following: amendment of section 38 of Principal Act. Section 38 of Principal Act is amended by inserting immediately before the word incident, wherever it appears in the provision, the word serious. Justification: it is a consequential amendment arising from the amendment in clause 5, 6, and 7 of the bill.
Honorable colleagues, consequential amendments come after we have finished our primary clauses. Okay? So this one, let's stand over it. We shall come back after, because we might refuse to amend the other ones when we've already done the consequential.
Chair.
No, honorable, what?
Same. I wanted to seek clarification from the chair.
No, but the clause he has just read, we've stood over it. And on consequential amendments, there is no question, because they are coming as a consequence of amending the other clauses. Yeah.
Clause 5.
Chair.
Right Honorable Chair, clause 5, amendment of section 38B of Principal Act. For clause 5, there is substituted the following: amendment of section 38B of Principal Act. The Principal Act is amended: A, by numbering the current provision as subsection 1, then B, by substituting for the word incident wherever it appears the words serious incident. C, by inserting immediately after subsection 1 the following: the chief investigator shall cause an investigation to be carried out where an aircraft accident or serious incident occurs in any of the following circumstances: A, where the accident or serious incident occurs in Uganda; B, where the accident or serious incident occurs in any non-contracting state which does not intend to carry out an investigation of the accident or serious incident and involves an aircraft registered in Uganda or an aircraft operated by an operator whose principal base of operation is in Uganda. C, where the accident or serious incident involves an aircraft registered in Uganda or an aircraft operated by an operator in Uganda, and the investigation has been delegated to Uganda by another contracting state by mutual arrangement and consent. Or D, where the accident or serious incident occurs in a location that cannot be definitely established as being in the territory or any state and involves an aircraft registered in Uganda. 3, the chief investigator may, where he or she expects to draw air safety lessons from an accident or serious incident cause an investigation to be carried out into an accident or serious incident which occurs in Uganda or outside Uganda involving an aircraft registered in Uganda or an aircraft operated by an operator in Uganda. 4, clause 4, the chief investigator may appoint any person as an advisor to assist in carrying out an investigation. 5, the chief investigator may, with approval of the minister, delegate the task of carrying out an investigation into an accident or serious incident to another contracting state or an accident investigation authority by mutual arrangement and consent. Justification: to comply with the requirements of ICAO standards and recommended practices relating to aviation security and provided in Annex 13 of the Chicago Convention.
Yes, Honorable Songo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could we, the Attorney General would come in on this. Chief investigator, who is he? Can we qualify him? Is he trained in aviation authority, in aviation? Can we qualify that so that we don't create any chief investigator? Thank you.
Honorable Minister, you can answer that.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair and members, yes, the chief investigator must be a highly qualified person who has been in the airline industry for a long time, and we normally screen them and look at their CVs, either a retired pilot, an engineer, or somebody who has really been in the air industry. It's not that any person can become a chief investigator.
I think we are together.
Yes.
So can we draft it properly, or we define him in the interpretation section?
We'll define
Thank
it
you,
in
Mr.
the
Chair.
interpretation.
Honorable Mshemeza.
Thank you, Chair. Listening to the grounds that make the investigator to order an investigation, I can see they are limited to where the accident has taken. Why don't we? Yes, where it has taken place. That's why I say in Uganda, outside Uganda. Why are we not also bringing in grounds of suspected cause? Say terrorism or negligence. We are limiting it to where. What about the suspected cause?
Attorney General.
An incident, a serious incident, could have been caused by terrorism. But I can see the grounds 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are in the context of where the serious incident has taken place. Why don't we also have a ground of the suspected cause of the serious accident, e.g. terrorism?
Chair, if I may respond to Professor Mshemeza, he's introducing terrorism. This is about investigation. An investigation would cover anything if it includes terrorism. It is intended to discover the cause, and terrorism could be part of it. So we do not need to limit ourselves by being specific to terrorism. We are simply opening up to investigation. And if it involves terrorism, it will be investigated as well. Yeah, it might be a pilot's error, it might be weather, it might be birds, and several other causes. Yes.
Yeah, honorable colleagues, these are issues which the auditors who have conducted the audit have said you must address if Entebbe is to continue receiving aircraft. Okay? So we are coming to comply. We have no much say about them. Either we do them or Entebbe stops. Yes. And these are requirements. This is what ICAO has told us to do. So we have less leverage, and it must be done before 7th of this month. Okay? And I cautioned the committee, and you see, that's why this is an amendment from the committee. I told the committee, go and ensure that you see what the Chicago Convention says, and this is what we want captured, so that we don't have issues again of gaps. And that's what they've done. Honorable Amero.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I've listened carefully. They're saying investigation when a serious accident or incident has happened. There are aircrafts that are actually in dangerous mechanical conditions. Wouldn't it warrant that this is checked before we get into that serious incident? So I'm proposing that probably these auditors should be allowed to check the aircraft to see the airworthiness before they're allowed to fly into our airspace or even outside our airspace.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I appreciate the members' concern. Now, we need to separate two things. We talked about the inspector. The inspector would be the one to establish that that aircraft is not airworthy, and he has authority to stop an aircraft from taking off. He has authority to stop a pilot from getting into the cockpit if he is not satisfied. Now, on this one, we are looking at an accident. An accident has happened. According to ICAO standards, we must have an investigation group which investigates these serious incidences and accidents.
Thank you.
And that's the reason for this.
I put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay.
Clause 5 as amended.
Please, I haven't pronounced. Attorney General.
Chair, I just typing error. I wanted to make a correction on proposed C, where they wrote the word investigations. I wanted to remove letter S to make investigation has been delegated.
Yeah, that's a cleanup we do.
Thank you.
As Parliament here.
Thank you.
Yeah, we usually do that cleanup as Parliament. Honorable colleagues, I put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5 as amended.
I put the question that clause 5 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I put the question that clause 6 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Clause 7, amendment of section 38C of Principal Act. Clause 7 of the bill is amended by A, substituting for paragraph B the following, by substituting for subsection 2 the following. 2, the chief investigator, deputy chief investigator, or an investigator shall not, in the course of an investigation, disclose the following documents to any person for purposes other than accident or serious incident investigations. A, cockpit records. B, records from interviews with persons by the investigation authorities in the course of the investigation. C, communications between persons having been involved in the operation of the aircraft. D, medical or private information regarding persons involved in the accident or serious incident. E, recordings and transcripts of recordings from air traffic control units. F, analysis of and opinions about information, including flight recorder information made by the Accident Investigation Authority and accredited representatives in relation to the accident or serious incident. G, a draft final report of an accident or serious incident investigation. And H, any other investigation records. B, by inserting immediate after the proposed subsection 2A the following: the chief investigator, deputy chief investigator, or an investigator shall protect the aircraft wreckage and accident site from access by unauthorized persons, pilfering, or deterioration. Justification: to comply with the requirements of ICAO standards and recommended practices relating to aviation security as provided in Annex 13 of the Chicago Convention.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair, I agree with the proposed amendment.
Thank you. Honorable Enos.
Thank you so much, Chair. I see the report is more of replacing incident, of course, with serious accidents. Serious incidents. My concern or clarification I'm seeking from the minister and the team, what happens to the small occurrences that might lead to these serious accidents? Who investigates them, or how do we deal with them in the act?
Thank you. Then, Honorable Batua, I'll first pick those who haven't, and followed by Honorable Aisha.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I've come following up a number of aircraft accidents, and I've come to note that there are two competing companies. One is American, and the other one is European. That is Airbus and Boeing on the other side. So I do feel like there is a need to really hide or conceal some of the information at the time of the accident because of the implication on those business giants. But at the same time, I've noted during that time that families are in very deep sorrow, so much that government has a duty to keep releasing some information periodically that has some form of evidence. So I see a contradiction with this statement that denies the chief investigator an opportunity to really release credible information to the public, because there will be a lot of social media and all that. So I don't know whether that is a fear that we can address ourselves with at this point, or we just comply with what the other people want us to do. Thank you.
Okay. Let me first answer these two, then you add Honorable Aisha.
Thank you, Chair. The one was about a small incident. For example, if there's a tire burst of an aircraft, that would not call for an investigation. Because it's a small incident. Otherwise, every time there is something small, you have the investigation group to assemble to investigate. That's why we say serious incident. And like I think honorable members, you remember the incident we had with one of our aircrafts from a neighboring country. That was a serious incident and had to be investigated. And then a real accident where the aircraft is an aircraft crash, that will be investigated. Okay. Now the issue of the investigator preserving most of the information is because you don't have to, you have to protect, first of all, you protect also the pilots, the operators, and you don't just need to release information anyhow. If the investigator has given that leeway to just be reducing, first of all, you may find even the investigation is going to not take more than 2 days or 3 days, and he doesn't have all the details. So you can't just allow him to be releasing piecemeal information. And also after the investigation, because as you'll see later, most of the investigation is not for fault finding. It's not done to come up with a criminal act. It's mostly done to find the causes so that in future those causes are avoided.
Thank you. Now, I had around Honorable Aisha.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. If I can first comment, Right Minister, Honorable Minister, a tire burst is not a minor occurrence. An occurrence on an aircraft can be fatal. But having said that, the clarification I would like to seek from my chairman, I can see that 38C2 already provides for concealment of information. A chief investigator and the investigators shall not disclose cockpit records and other investigation records for purposes other than accident or incident investigations. I don't know what is this lacking that calls for the insertion you are requesting to make.
No, she has said that what you're requesting under clause Yes, is already covered. Under 2? Yes.
It's already covered under 38C2.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Cyrus. Then
Chair,
Mugore.
when it comes to restriction of information, I have seen when we are making laws here, we normally provide an exception. For instance, if there is an order of the court of competent jurisdiction, what do you do? So I don't know whether the committee thought about this, providing an exception that when it is ordered by court that this information is needed, then it can be released.
It's a general principle in law. For every general rule, there is an exception.
Yes.
It's already always provided.
But it's not written here, so
You don't need to, because court, okay, has that power. And that's Go ahead.
Honorable Chair, thank you for the opportunity. Just in regard to what the minister has raised, whatever qualification it is for serious and minor incident, this is something that has not been, we've provided for serious incident. I think our colleague, the question was asking, where are the procedures that are going to handle the minor incidents? And should be provided here that apart from the serious incident, the minor incidents will be handled this way. I think that's the clarity I wanted to make.
Honorable Seungu.
Mr. Chairman, I think the honourable member should bring a provision for that, and then we insert it. But what I'm saying is that in the title of the bill, the Chicago Convention is already mentioned, and I think as you get it, it will be clean up. If it will be clean up, we can't express in our bill all sections of the Chicago Convention in every section of our bill.
Thank you.
I pray, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And honorable colleagues, you see, this is an amendment bill. So it's only providing for what is not provided for. Okay? And the gaps. So it's just fulfilling these gaps. So those ones which are not mentioned are already adequately provided for in the primary law. Okay? Honorable colleagues, I put a question that clause 7B. No. Honorable colleagues, I put a question that clause 7B amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7 as amended.
I put a question that clause 7 as amended stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Chair.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Chair. Clause 8, amendment of Section 39A of Principal Act. The bill is amended in Clause 8 by inserting immediately after the proposed subsection 2B the following. C. Interview any person for the purpose of assessing the standards of security or the implementation of the security procedures. D. Inspect and test the effectiveness of security measures, procedures, and performance of security equipment. And E. Take or use at an airport, airside area, or any designated security risk area, any equipment, radios, cameras, recording devices, both audio and video, special restricted or prohibited items such as replica weapons or simulated explosive devices necessary to carry out his or her duties. Justification to comply with the requirements of ICAO standards and recommended practices relating to aviation security as provided in Annex 17 to the Chicago Convention.
Honourable Minister.
Honorable Chair and members, I concede to the amendment.
Thank you. I put the question that clause 8 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the content. No, sorry. I put a question that clause 8 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8 as amended.
I put the question that clause 8 as amended stand as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I put the question that clause 9 stand as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
I put the question that clause 10 stand as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. So consequential amendment.
Right Honorable Chair, insertion of new clause immediately after clause 4. The bill is amended by inserting immediately after clause 4 the following. Amendment of section 38 of Principal Act. Section 38 of the Principal Act is amended by inserting immediately before the word incident, wherever it appears, in the provision, the word serious. Justification: it is a consequential amendment arising from the amendment in clause 5, 6, and 7 of the bill.
I put the question that a new clause be inserted in the bill as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Yes.
I was seeking for the interpretation section to define who the chief investigator is for purposes of clarity. So, Mr. Chairman,
But that can't be a consequential amendment.
That's
not. That's not a consequential amendment. Okay. Honorable colleagues, we have assessed, please, we have assessed this bill and it is meeting the objectives, okay? Because it was addressing the gaps in inspection, what we were told to do, and they've been catered for. Let us not go beyond. Honorable Aisha, you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you, Thank you, Honorable Saungu.
Chair, I had wanted to clarify the fears of my leader that investigator is actually defined in the Principal Act as he desires.
Thank
It's
you.
already defined.
Thank you.
Title.
Now you're my counsel. Yes. I put the question that the title stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I beg to move that the House do resume and the Committee of the whole House do report thereto.
I put the question that the House do resume and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Report from the Committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House adopts the report of the Committee of the whole House. With amendments. Sorry.
Thank you. The report of the whole House, you want it amended? Oh, yeah. The House has considered. Yeah? Okay.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to be guided, but I beg to move that the House adopts the committee report.
Now, Honorable Minister, I
with
need a
amendment.
report.
Pardon?
I need a report. We considered the clauses.
Okay.
We inserted new ones, amended.
Yes, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the bill entitled the Civil Aviation Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it with amendments.
Thank you. Well done, Honorable Minister.
Motion for adoption of the report of the committee of the whole house.
Honorable Minister, again, I need you for the motion.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the report from the committee of the whole house be adopted.
I put a question that the report of the committee of the whole house be adopted. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Bill third reading.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Civil Aviation Amendment Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass.
I put the question that the Civil Aviation Authority Amendment Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act entitled the Civil Aviation Authority Amendment Bill 2024.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, congratulations. Your bill has passed. Honorable Chair, thank you very much for the job well done. And I want to thank you, honorable colleagues who have been here with us. Honorable Chair, do you want to say anything? Do you have anything to say?
Sir? Thank you. Right
It's a
Honorable.
culture that we thank members
Right,
for the support.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, the team that we have been working with, my committee, the Physical Infrastructure Committee, and the entire House. I want to thank you for the support and dedication that you have put to this bill. Thank you very much. For any other thanking, the Right Honorable Speaker will do the needful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, you gave us a crash program. Do you have any word? You gave us a crash program, a crash assignment. Do you have any words for members?
Right Honorable Speaker, I'll join my chair.
Honorable colleagues, please listen to the minister. He might give you carverts. Please, just.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, I want to join my chair to thank the House. First of all, to thank the Committee of Infrastructure. They really worked beyond the call of duty, plus the technical team. They had to burn the candle to meet the directive of the Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, and thank you for the cooperation. I'd like to thank the whole House. Members, thank you for the cooperation. This is in the interest of our air industry. We need our air industry to grow. We are trying to make our company a hub within the region, and if we are going to do that, we must meet the international ICAO standards, and this is what we are doing today. What we are addressing today are the gaps which were identified by the other audit and which would have an impact on the audit which is being carried out now. So we want to have everything in place. Mainly it was legal issues, and I think we have done that. So I want to thank you very much for all that you have done. Thank you. The party?
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The minister came to me when he was in a dilemma, and I assured him that this House is always ready to support, as long as you come in the right way, and you know, we are always ready. He's asking me when you're making the pronouncement on Carver. Thank you. Yes, I'm looking at our time. No, we have a lot of time, okay? Because I have a lot of business which I want. We have some pending reports, really, which have been pending. I want them cleared next week, and yet we have very important issues. As I'm trying to see, I want to establish quorum once again for the next bill. So I needed to see if there are members outside. They come in. So yes. Yes, honorable colleagues, as we wait for that, I want to see if there are more colleagues who can come in. I remember I gave an assignment to the committee with regard to roads in KCCA. Now, my assignment was based on program budgeting and planning that we do have. So I want that assignment handled by the committee on physical infrastructure, because that's where the program falls. We have to start conducting our business in the house that way. It has to be on the right program that is provided for. In the meantime, as I assess, let's handle item. Congratulations, Honorable Minister and the Chair and team. Attorney General, I know how you worked. You worked very closely as a team, and honorable members on this bill. I am really happy that we've managed to do our part. Crack, I need this bill tomorrow to go to the President, because this is a very critical bill which by 7th should be assented. If we worked overnight in the committee and the House and we processed it, so tomorrow it should go to the President for assent. So let it be cleaned up quickly and we meet the deadlines. So if we could handle item number 8 as we wait.
Item number 8 on the order paper, motion for a resolution of Parliament congratulating His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for successfully hosting the 19th Summit of the Non-Aligned Movement and the 3rd South Summit of the Group of 77 plus China Heads of State and Government.
Yes. Honorable Savabuturo, the mover.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I move the motion under Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. Whereas the Non-Aligned Movement, NAM, is a forum of 120 countries which are not only formally aligned with or against the pro-Soviet socialist bloc or the pro-American capitalist bloc, and was founded in 1961 in the context of Cold War confrontation with a view to advance interests of developing countries. And whereas the group of 77, G77 plus China, is a coalition of 135 developing countries who are members of the United Nations that was established in 1964 to promote its members' collective economic interests and create an enhanced joint negotiating capacity in the United Nations. Aware that between the 15th and 22nd January of 2024, Uganda hosted the 19th summit of the Non-Aligned Movement and the 3rd South Summit of the Group of 77 plus China. Heads of state and government meeting at Speak Hot Resort Munyonyo, at which more than 120 heads of state and governments and more than 1,000 other dignitaries attended. Noting that the 19th Summit of the Non-Aligned Movement and the 3rd South Summit of the Group of 77 plus China, heads of state and government meeting deliberated on a number of global issues, including the ongoing conflict between Israel and Palestine, the achievement of sustainable development goals, investments in sustainable development, effective realization of the right of development, climate change, youth unemployment, economic challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, the rising global debt, the cost of borrowing, the increasing global cost of living, poverty, inequality, increase in this SDG financing gap, the need for urgency of providing sufficient development finance to developing countries, and mechanisms for building resilience in developing countries. Recognizing that the successful hosting of the 19th Summit and the 3rd Summit, South Summit, heads of state and government illustrated Uganda's competence and readiness to host international and regional conferences, afforded an opportunity for Uganda to showcase its huge tourism and investment potential, attract foreign investors, build international partnerships, thereby improving Uganda's image and standing on the international stage, and boosting Uganda's economy. Appreciating that His Excellency the President, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, was recognized for his outstanding leadership during the preparation and hosting of the 19th Summit, and as well as the 3rd South Summit of the Group of 77 Heads of State and Government meeting. Further appreciating that His Excellency the President was installed as the chairperson of the Non-Aligned Movement and the Group of 77 plus China, and recognized as a visionary and revolutionary leader whose experience and exceptional understanding of global issues and the historical and social challenges of African societies will play an important role in achieving unity, solidarity, and collective coordination among member states of the Non-Aligned Movement and the Group of 77 plus China. Now, therefore, Mr. Speaker, let it be resolved by Parliament. 1. Collectively congratulates His Excellency the President of Uganda for being appointed as the chairperson of the Non-Aligned Movement and the Group of 77 plus China. 2. Collectively congratulates His Excellency the President of Uganda, the National Organizing Committee led by Uganda's Head of Public Service, and the people of Uganda for successfully hosting the 19th Summit of the Non-Aligned Movement and the 3rd South Summit of the Group of 77 plus China Heads of State and Government meeting. I beg to move.
Is the motion seconded? Yes. Honorable Bigaros, Honorable Mshemeza, Tone Jeno, Honorable Katumba Maras, Honorable Wire Iganga, Sauda, Mricha, Milton, Gaudier, UPDF, hey, Tom, Dean of Independence. Oh, Honorable Christine is saying even this side, so I will further. Oh, Gomba, Rivian. The whole house, by the way. I'm seeing everyone standing up. So the whole house has seconded. This is the most overwhelming seconded. Honorable Sababuturo, just use 5 minutes to Justify your motion.
Mr. Speaker, sir, it is well understood that the hosting of the recent two summits were the first of their kind on the soil of Uganda, East Africa, and possibly Africa, when Uganda was entrusted with hosting the intercontinental summits of breathtaking prominence. To refresh our minds, Mr. Speaker, both NAM and G77 plus China presented a unique opportunity for collaboration and collective problem solving on pertinent global issues of concern, such as climate change, poverty, inequality, and barriers to regional integration. By all accounts, Mr. Speaker, convening the two summits on our soil was a historic moment for Uganda. For the 2 weeks, global attention was on Uganda, and when both summits ended, delegates hailed Uganda for the excellent working conditions which had been made available to them. Uganda scored highly in terms of organizing the two international summits back to back without any hitch. The successful hosting of the global summits proved that Uganda has capacity to become a meetings, incentives, conferences, and events destination. Mr. Speaker, the two summits took place in Uganda at a time of unprecedented economic and social inequalities among nations around the world, where countries of the South, including ours, suffer from multiple global challenges which are constraining their development and compounding further their oppression, exploitation, and suppression. The scale of global challenges indicates massive responsibility awaiting His Excellency the President, who is now the chairman of the two global bodies. The sheer scale of the member states, 120 NAM member states and 137 G7 member states plus China, represent a mega market of 6.4 billion people, which is 80% of the world population. Clearly, our President's new roles come with great stature and influence to engineer a more equitable and inclusive world order. Mr. Speaker, sir, electing President Museveni as head of the global bloc is a vote of confidence in Uganda and also his leadership. President Museveni has made citizens of Uganda really proud. His election holds promise and potential to channel international attention and resources towards initiatives that directly benefit the ordinary Ugandan. Mr. Speaker, Uganda now has a platform to continue negotiating optimal deals and secure commitments that directly address our multifarious challenges. By harnessing the momentum generated from the two summits, Uganda has the opportunity to pave way for inclusive and sustainable development. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, it is incumbent upon all of us, irrespective of our diverse political persuasions, to appreciate President Museveni's leadership, whose influence is now global as never before. Mr. Speaker, when the two summits were going on, it brought into sharp focus how important and urgent it is to define and defend our national interest in terms of Uganda's immediate, medium, and long-term goals and objectives. There is a compelling case, Mr. Speaker, for Ugandans to be able to distinguish between what constitutes national interest on one hand and personal or political party interests on the other. National interest, Mr. Speaker, matters do override, for example, goals and interests of political parties. Considering that both NAM and G77 plus China summits constituted our national interests with regards to jobs, security, employment, investment, infrastructure, mega market, international visibility. Attempts by two opposition leaders and their supporters to demonstrate over alleged poor state of roads as the summits were ongoing was grossly unfortunate, regrettable, misplaced, and misguided. Mr. Speaker, the inappropriate shenanigans and maneuvers of these leaders are a stark reminder that a conversation on what constitutes national interests needs to be urgently held for all citizens. This would enable Ugandans to learn to distinguish between matters which are of national interest and those that are of, say, political party interests. It is critical that the government ensures that there is this conversation in place, as well as a comprehensive set of national policies for safeguarding Uganda's interests. Mr. Speaker, it would be an understatement to say that hosting NAM and G77 countries plus China has placed Uganda on a higher plane of possibilities that are likely to directly impact lives of ordinary Ugandans, as well as qualify Uganda as a developed nation in not too distant a future. This will be on condition, though, that we as Ugandans are able to collectively address ongoing, glaringly damaging, unethical, and immoral practices which currently are bedeviling the governance of the Pearl of Africa. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I invite honourable members to congratulate His Excellency the President, the government of Uganda, the organizing committee of the two summits, which was headed by the head of public service, Lucy Nachobe, and the people of Uganda for the work well done in successfully hosting international delegates. I also invite the honourable members to wish His Excellency the President God's blessings as he takes on the onerous leadership of 6.4 billion people for the betterment of not only Ugandans, but humanity as a whole. Mr. Speaker, I submit.
Thank you. Yes. Now, honorable colleagues, when you travel the world and you see how the Global South has been looking for a leader to champion their issues, and you see how our president has stood up to that task, you know, you really feel proud as a Ugandan, because I moved to many places and people say, nah, you have a president and a half. I saw how the speakers were asking for his speech when he came for CISPOC, you know. But we should have also thanked Honorable Yomunsi, who mobilized the smiles. Only that he didn't provide us with pegs, he even instructed us to use our sustain the smile. You know, you on top of your game during this summit, because Honorable, you mobilized the Ugandans. Otherwise, it can be a summit of just presidents, and the citizens don't feel it that much. But also our colleagues, members of parliament, from all sides, from providing resources, you know, passing the resources required here, to cooperating, and civil servants who handed over all their vehicles, you know, everyone sacrificed. And now, I believe the leadership which Uganda has taken on these very, very critical issues will provide a new direction for issues of Global South to be listened to on the international agenda. So this is a very, very important issue. Honorable colleagues, I'll just pick, really you'll allow me to pick a few people for debate, because after my proposal is that we receive the report for the sugar bill, we receive the report, and then the debate for that bill will ensue on Wednesday. But when we've received the report, so that you're able to go and read through it and prepare for a debate. Okay? So I don't want us to take much longer. Let me start with our tourism ambassador. Oh, seconders. Yeah, yes, sorry. Please, Honorable Cyrus followed by Father Onen as seconders.
Chair, first of all, to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for having being steadfast, sitting in the House up to this time for the good of this country. Right Honorable Speaker, when you want to get more from someone who has given to you, just learn to say thank you to them. For that reason, I stand here to second this motion, because I only find it very important to say thank you to the President, because we have successfully done these conferences. And our stage now is lit up with the success. Everyone around the world can be able to see what Uganda can be able to do. The doubters have been put down. They can no longer doubt what Uganda can do. Start from the airport and see what has changed there. We need to appreciate the UPDF, because we have seen the job that they have done within a short time. Maybe soon, Right Honorable Speaker, we might even need to amend the law. This thing of wasting resources on procurement all the time, yet the UPDF can deliver, is something for us to consider. Because here we learned that they were able to save for us over 130 billion shillings out of the time that they invested in that place. So the President deserves the voice of this House in terms of support and thanking him. Right Honorable Speaker, the roads have been shaped up. If we were a bad country, people would have eaten up this money. Go now to Arena Mall, look at those junctions, see the footbridges, see how we are mapping up Kampala to be the real destination for the whole world. We are now becoming the center of the world. Right Honorable Speaker. That one I can tell you, that is the truth. Go to the sky, look down, you see Uganda now is at the center. Walk on foot, you see Uganda is at the center. Ride a bicycle, you know we are in the center. And that is where we are, because that is who we are, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the private sector played a huge role. Of course, we must thank Sudhir Ruparelia. That group also did their part. Yes, we can have weaknesses, but I can tell you for now, we must thank our people. They have delivered. Within a short time, a marvelous conference center, and we're able to deliver without any quarrels. That is Uganda for you, Right Honorable Speaker. I think we are moving very well.
Thank you.
The President, finally, is somebody I have followed for a long time. And I have noticed one thing. He's naturally gifted with wisdom. He can talk about the African history starting from, I think, 1500 AD. And he brings you steadily up to today without looking at the papers. And that is him. Africa needed a leader who can be able to understand the world, not just Africa alone, from the past up to now. And that is the kind of person we are thanking. What else do we need to do? We simply need to thank him for God and my country.
Thank you. Father Nen. As a seconder, switch on, Father.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I'm here to second the mover of this great motion. He rightly stated that the choice of His Excellency, the President, to lead the great summit, the NAM, and then the G77, was a vote of confidence on our President. But to me, this was a revelation from God. Prophetically, it has indicated that His Excellency will extend his reign of leadership beyond 2026. And those who are, Ugandans are good at betting. There are those who have started betting that Wanika might become the president, Chairman Mao might become the president, Bobby Wine, and the rest. So they can keep on the queue and waiting for, and after 2026. Right? Yes, His Excellency Bobby Wine. Right, Honorable Speaker, these events were not merely events that we should actually, thank ourselves or the government, but were a global moment, was an opportunity for this country, for our country to position itself. And I strongly believe that this event greatly made Uganda known, and Uganda will be appreciated for its great richness in culture and also tourism potential. And this is, I believe, will increase our sources of revenue. in the later time. The effects of these great events will not only end in the past months, but it will also continue to see Uganda, will make Uganda shine now and forever. So I want to thank all the government entities, the different ministries, those who stood to see that these great events actually took place. The Ministry of Finance, the minister in charge of infrastructure, the roads, and the rest, they made sure that this country shine, and we were ready to host the great events. Of visitors coming from different countries to our country.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Yes, I had allowed tourism.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I would to commend you for the style of leadership. I always just see if something is about legal, you get our experts of lawyers here to direct the House. And also yesterday I saw when we got accountants here, when they were directing the House, I want really to thank you and urge you to continue that way. Now it wasn't professionally speaking. I want to thank the House for whatever we did in order for this NAM to take place, most especially our President. It was tremendous. We now have a convention center. The spiral effects of a convention center are great, are enormous. Uganda will not be the same again under tourism, trade, and many other infrastructure development. It is at this time that now, as Parliament, I think we should ask the Minister of Finance that because we have a convention center now, and that we are going to have these spiral effects that are important to this country, the caps given to the tourism sector should be looked at, that should be elevated. It is very, very unfair that we have such a conventional center and again limit the monies that are going to go to the tourism sector. That is the area that is going to spur this country more than any other sector. So as Parliament, when we're talking of issues of looking for sources of finances, this is an area. And number one person is the first person of this country, our President, who made it a point that we host this NAM and also the G77 plus China. I would like to thank the Minister of Information. When he said a smile, in a hotel we have what they call a special guest satisfaction system. And S stands for smile. I wonder how he got it, a doctor who got such a thing in the professionalism of tourism. A smile kills many things. Even if somebody is annoyed and you smile at him, he will not back the way he would have backed. So we want to thank you that you've really put a milestone, and Uganda, if we continue with that trajectory, I'm very certain that the sky will be the limit. I want to thank the mover of the motion for bringing it, and I suppose that everybody will support this motion. I submit.
Thank you. Iganga, the honorable lady from Iganga, the honorable lady from Rukunjiri, the honorable lady from Chibare, the honorable lady from Kanungu, the honorable lady from Arua, the honorable lady from Terego, and the honorable lady from Chiboga, and the honorable lady from Butambara. Let me start with the ladies. And the honorable lady from Napak. Please, in that order, let's do quickly and then.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Then I go to the honorable men. I'm going to the honorable men.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I also stand to support the motion. I want to congratulate our President for the trust that he was given as the chairman of the two summits. Mine is a simple one. We want to appreciate because they mobilized for now. I want to take this opportunity to also appreciate all the Ugandans because they were cooperative, many roads were blocked, but they adhered because we had visitors here. Then the other thing, as the Honorable Minister for Works is here, the speed that was put on the roads, how I wish we would always continue with such speed, especially around the Mukwano roundabout. It looks so beautiful at night. How I wish they extend it elsewhere, even in the Mabira, so that we do away with the potholes that are in Mabira, because I was getting worried that if at all the delegates are taken to Jinja for a trip, how will they see the beautiful forest with all such potholes? I'm asking the Honorable Minister what they did around, the speed they used around the Mukwano roundabout, because it is nice works, but they used a shorter period like they've not been doing with the other places. Thank you. We want to congratulate still our President for such a very huge post. Thank you.
Thank you. Kunjiri.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to join my colleagues in thanking our President for having held 2 successful summits, the NAM and the G77. And I also want to thank him because we saw him do an oversight in the capital before the summits were held. We saw him visit the convention center in Munyonyo and also visiting some of the roads. So we can really see that as part of these oversights, the summits were able to be successful. But they say behind every successful thing, there's always a woman behind. So I want to take this opportunity to thank our Mama Janet, for standing behind our President to make sure that everything went on as planned. I want to thank her for doing sideline meetings alongside the conferences. We saw her with the spouses of our hosts at Serena. She also took them through the Wildlife Center in Entebbe for tourism. So we really thank her for being an example, for cheering us up. And I would like also, if they would have gone up country, to also tour some of these places like Bwindi, Queen Elizabeth, maybe it would have shown a bigger picture of how beautiful Uganda is. But nevertheless, we really thank our Mama, Janet, and the President for the successful conventions. I thank you.
Yes, Kanungu? No, I don't want my ladies to be interrupted.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Procedure and issues will come after my ladies. Please. It's a moment for...
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to join colleagues for thanking His Excellency the President of Uganda for hosting 2 summits, NAM and G77 plus China. Having a successful summit will open up doors that have been closed for so long for Ugandans. It will help us participate on a global nation whereby we can express our views, we can address our challenges that have been affecting human rights and others. We can even go ahead and express our agendas like for global climate change, for poverty eradication, and it will enable Uganda address issues that affect Uganda in developing countries, such as many things that we have been facing. It will help Uganda to yield benefits on national, like allow Uganda to voice their concerns in active influencing policies, in decision-making on global nation. Like in Kanungu, we benefited because we have 2 national parks, especially like Bwindi, which we have gorillas. Most of these people who attended the conventions managed to come and tour our gorillas. Economically, we benefited, and I want to congratulate everyone who participated in these summits. And it changed the Ugandan image because on a global nation, so many people didn't know how beautiful Uganda is. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, once again, and we want to congratulate President Museveni for his successful convention.
Honourable Paparu, then Chibare.
Thank you, Right
then
Honourable
Napa.
Speaker.
Then
I want to
Perego.
congratulate the President
and Ugandans at large for the successful summit. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda is the pearl of Africa, and I think we portrayed. Those who did not know Uganda very well, they have believed that we are the pearl of Africa. Right Honorable Speaker and members, I want to urge government. Yes, the President is the chair. He has done his part. It is now, the ball is in our hands to support him. Let us use all the platforms, all the opportunities that we can to make Uganda benefit from our President chairing. Right Honorable Speaker, our tourism is one of the areas that is generating a lot of tax. We can use this opportunity to market ourselves. This opportunity is going to make the world respect Uganda. That means if we table our agenda very well, we can negotiate because our voices will be respected. We have challenges. Climate change is a global challenge, but that challenge is also facing Uganda. We have been not really complaining, but we have financial gaps in tackling some of these things. So this is an opportunity that we can use to benefit Ugandans, to table our agenda, to look for finances, to regulate or improve on our climate issues, but also improve our tourism, but also investment opportunities. There were a lot of side meetings, like one of my colleagues has said. Let us carry on those so that we can benefit. And it can go in history that within this period, the impact will be seen on our achievements in what we have received in finances, in partnerships, in new negotiations and new contracts in the global world. I thank you.
Thank you, Chibare.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank my senior Honorable Sababuturo for moving this motion. I join my colleagues to congratulate His Excellency the President, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, upon successfully hosting these two international events. Indeed, it was an excellent organization, and we didn't have any bad incidences. We went to thank God that they ended successfully. We have registered a lot of achievements internationally because in the area of tourism and investment, we've been able to showcase our country. Right Honorable, my concern is one, that we need to consolidate the achievements we've made. In the area of infrastructure, we've had a lot of roads worked on, as my colleagues have already alluded to. But now we need to ensure that this expands, and those that we put in place, we maintain. I have noted with concern, I pass on the northern bypass on a regular basis. The guards that we put on the roads, some of them are already getting hit and getting spoiled in a short period. So I appeal to Ugandans that the achievements we have gained during this period, we take care and we consolidate. Now that the Minister of Works is here, we need to do something. I appeal to the House that when we have requests to expand the infrastructure in the metropolitan Kampala, we support so that we don't have to rush when we have visitors coming. Otherwise, it was an excellent organization, and I congratulate Ugandans because our flag has been raised high. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Napak.
Right Honorable Speaker, I also join colleagues to support the motion to thank His Excellency the President for successfully hosting the two events back to back. Right Honorable Speaker, a lot was done to make those events successful. But I appreciate more the opportunity those events have given our country, the opportunity to chair. The opportunity to chair now for the next 2 years, the opportunity to chair G77 for another 1 year, the opportunity to chair CSPOC for another 2 years is a great chance for our country to influence what goes on in the continent and globally. We can be able to push the agenda of trade, given that we are a landlocked country. The opportunities are many. Therefore, it is good to host. The colleagues have already explained the other benefits, and I won't emphasize. But my memory has been refreshed with what happened when the suggestion was brought to this House that we needed money to put up a conference facility, which we are now very proud of. The House actually opposed it, unfortunately. And it costed the President even to invite us to State House, all the whips, to explain again why we needed money for this facility. Now, I think going forward, we should, even though we oppose objectively. Not everything that comes from government is actually bad. Now we have a conference center we are proud of, but earlier we opposed it. Going forward, colleagues, let's benefit from the age of our president. That age comes with wisdom. And when we reason, let's reason objectively, not just opposing because it has come from the other side. I want to thank colleagues and the president.
Thank you. Terego. Then Kiboga, then...
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I join colleagues in congratulating the President of the Republic of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, our culture that was displayed in form of dances was so unique. All the delegates enjoyed, and I know many more will still come back to enjoy this. If you saw the art and craft that was displayed, the most unique you can ever find on this universe called us. And this was because we hosted NAM and G77. This, having the president as the president now for G77 and NAM shows the level of intelligence, the intellectual capacity of my president is undoubted. And this, I want to really allude to that. The president is going to take us on come 2026. We're so proud of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. Every man has a mother. If you don't have a mother, you have a grandmother, you have a sister. And this is because a mother, a woman nurtured him very well. We are proud to be women who nurtured our president. We are proud to be Ugandan. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Tiboga.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you. I would rather request that we change the motion to congratulating all Ugandans for having hosted the conferences, and then congratulations of the president for having won the two presidencies. Would maybe come in another subject matter, but for sure, based on even what other members are sharing, we are congratulating very many people and interests. But Right Honorable Speaker, I am a climate change activist, and I was very happy to see that climate change was one of the discussion topics and issues for the conferences. And I was very happy that at least some of the global questions to Uganda tried to come out, but not very, especially on the oil extraction and how they are saying we are contributing to carbon emissions. We needed to really stress it and show them our readiness to offset the carbon emissions from our oil extraction. And then the issue of induced migration also. We needed to share our capacity, our carrying capacity as Uganda, because some of these members have always pushed different nations to bring their populations here. But Right Honorable Speaker, we saw how some of the vegetation was planted and dried in 2 days, and we were like, we need to embrace urban agriculture because this will promote floriculture, which specifically plans for ornamentals. And when we talk about clean environment, I saw people were concentrating on waste management, collection, beautifying the city. They were talking of planting flowers. So that is exactly what we want our urban authority to think about. It should not be that we are planting already grown-up seedlings that dry after 2 days and we get ashamed. I was very happy to see the program of NAM. It was also non-aligned because I saw the First Lady moving with the First Ladies, and I was like, oh,
we need to bring out the office of the First Lady. It is enough for her. We should remove the burden of the education business from her, because I saw that really managing of the businesses within the First Ladies is enough, and best even on her age now. So we were very happy to see a number of meetings within. I saw IGAD nations coming, and very many members of parliament were shocked by the program. So, Right Honorable Speaker, it is also good to orient.
Thank you. Honorable Aisha.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I join colleagues in support of the motion. Right Honorable Speaker, when I learned that NAM was coming here, I had a checklist of things I expected of NAM, of course with a bit of skepticism. And to me, one major issue was a tick, to give a thumbs up. I expected NAM to come out strongly and speak about the war in Gaza. When I had member states in NAM speak about it, condemn the war, and call for ceasefire, I was like, yes, thumbs up. That was enough for me. So I want to congratulate my country and the member states of NAM that sat and looked at the plight of the children. By the NAM summit, over 10,000 children in Gaza had been killed. Over 1,000 children in Gaza had lost limbs, either leg or a hand. Over 97 health centers had been destroyed. So for NAM member states to come out openly and condemn the war in Gaza and call for ceasefire was a thumbs up for this. What is the way forward now? I look forward for my president, who is the chairperson of NAM. I look forward to him now writing strongly to his colleague Biden, asking him to call for a ceasefire, because the war in Gaza is still there, because Israel has the support of the American president. If it were not for them and UK, the war would not be there by now. So I want to say thank you so much. Thank you for standing with the oppressed in the time of need. I thank you.
Thank you. Let me pick the host member of parliament.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as colleagues are here thanking the President and the country for hosting the NAM Summit, it will be a disservice for my people if I do not raise issues that we are left hanging. Right Honorable Speaker, in a way of acting in panic, our government made up a rapid response unit that cleared off people from the streets, including those of Gaba Road, Kivuli, the hosting community. Right Honorable Speaker, they went far beyond the roads, but over 300 homes were demolished. Right Honorable Speaker, today as I speak, there are mothers that do not have where to sleep. There are children that cannot go to school because they totally do not have where to sleep. And our request is simple. Government should come up and compensate the people that lost their homes, that their houses were demolished. And Right Honorable Speaker, it has been our calling. It has been our request always. When Uganda hosted CHOGM, these people were affected on the roadside. It is now NAM, our people are being affected on the roadside. And we have been requesting for a modern market constructed around that area so that not all the time that Uganda is hosting delegates, the locals have to suffer, the hosting community have to suffer. Right Honorable Speaker, it is therefore my request that those that are affected and are homeless today be compensated so that they can as well benefit from the fruits. We shall be doing a disservice to those people that think that they would have benefited from NAM and today they are left homeless. So it is my appeal, Right Honorable Speaker, for government to come up and compensate this family. I have, Right Honorable Speaker, a petition to Parliament composed of those people that lost their properties, even those that their homes were broken. So in case government, I would share this information with government so that it can reach out and see how it can compensate these people. I thank you.
Yeah, Honorable, compile the list and we will hand it over to the government side because you're a member of parliament and you're speaking for your people. No, yeah, thank you.
With your permission, Right Honorable Speaker, I can lay. The
Yeah,
list
sure.
is already
You late. Yeah, you late on table. You read. You have to read the document.
Oh yeah. I read to you a petition by the people of Kansanga, Kalungu Heritage Zone, and Kiwafu for those people that are request for compensation for their properties that were lost during the preparations of the NAM Summit. Allow me, colleagues, to lay this.
Thank you. Such a petition, I can either send it to the committee or the minister. So I'm referring it to the minister responsible for action.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Nakawa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I was told that Uganda qualified to host the NAM way back in 2019. But because of COVID, it was pushed to this year. Therefore, we had a lot of time to plan. We have all seen our deteriorating roads, particularly in Kampala, the hosting city. If we had planned well, believe me, you Right Honorable Speaker, we would have benefited even much more under the MICE industry, which is one now of the best industries. That is meetings, meetings, conferences, and events. So I don't think that basically there was justice that was done. Right Honorable Speaker, Parliament also approved a supplementary of 60 billion to KCCA for preparation of NAM. But to date, the PSST has only released 20 billion. And yet KCCA made commitments with contractors. So as we are appreciating the host president, there are people that are crying, particularly the contractors. And more important to note is that even the works they did, because they were doing it under panic, they did cosmetic. So it's my humble request that if we know that we have such events, we do prepare. But last to note, Right Honorable Speaker, one of the great principles for NAM is human rights. My brother here has spoken about people whose human rights were violated, particularly those that work on the streets of Kampala. Because they lack decent workspaces, this is where they have been earning. They were evicted from such spaces without alternatives. And you find that they are now crying their children are not going to school because of NAM. So it's important, Right Honorable Speaker, that we consider the petition and support these people. Right Honorable Speaker, otherwise, if we had prepared well, worked on the roads, particularly those that are going to Chidepo, because I was told that the roads going to Chidepo, where we have toponymic features, are not good enough for the tourism industry to benefit. Therefore, I pray that in the future.
Thank you. Now, Honorable MPs from Kampala, at least for you, you benefited from infrastructure development, your constituencies. Really, I drive in your, my brother Nyeko's constituents. You now drive on carpets, you know? So I really hope that one was a positive, then despite the other issues. And that helps us. Colleagues, what I've learned about life, when you're looking at life, look at it from an aspect of a glass being half full, not half empty. When it is half full, you are appreciating the effort that has been made, but that can't stop you from putting questions on what has gone wrong. when it's half empty, you're not appreciating whatever has been made, even if you need one dose to make it full. Okay? So yeah, really, thank you. The MPs have told me they've appreciated Parliament. Now that I'm done with my readies, our brother Ayivu, Vura, Adrico Yovan.
Yes. Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me to join my colleagues to congratulate our beloved President, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, Commander-in-Chief. Right Honorable Speaker, for sure, our beloved President deserves appreciation because every try to see, President has done a wonderful job, and we Ugandans, we need to appreciate and also support our beloved President. Then although we have our challenges, one, the issue of corruption, everybody must join hands together to fight corruption. It's not one person issue, it's a general issue. If Ugandans are ready to fight the corruption, I'm sure Uganda is going to be the best. Then too, I'm happy my beloved Minister for Transport is around. I want to congratulate him at least to improve our road of West Nile. Because right now, if you go to Arua, you not reach well. Minister, I request you, people have our beloved President, people have this Uganda, and our challenge is only the roads. At least I request you, my brother, if you try to help us, try to improve our roads, Uganda will be the best in this country. So congratulations, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Congratulations, all my colleagues. Let's join our hand together to support our Muse 2026. I beg to move.
We have our
Thank you.
colleague as the chairperson of the Chamber of Commerce for West Nile. Honorable Atima, the business community must be.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I support the motion, and I want to join my colleagues in congratulating His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for successfully hosting this summit and G77. Right Honorable Speaker, from what I followed out of this summit, our president was able to lecture the world's presidents for a very long time, giving a speech from his head without seeing in papers any point that he raised. And this went in record. And this has never happened in the history of Africa, that one African leader lectures the entire world from his head. That tells us that we have a president who has wisdom. And President Museveni is a special gift for this country. Many countries would have loved to have him, but we are blessed to have His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Right Honorable Speaker, number 2, I'd like to thank the ministers who supported the summit, especially in hosting the heads of state from various countries. The company they gave to them, the image of this country they portrayed, really suffices that Uganda is a country that is a destination to be moved to. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the security team. Without the assurance of the security of this country, these heads of state will not come to this country. I thank the security, all the agencies in ISO, ESO, UPDF, SFC, mention them, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank them so much.
Thank
of
you.
course, I want to say this. President Museveni gave tough work.
Just conclude.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. President Museveni gave tough words to the world presidents in the sense of where many countries will want to impose issues in other countries' affairs. He came clearly and telling them that he allow every country to handle their issues domestically. That was a very strong statement that no president would issue because of fear of being, victimized or whatever. But I love our president for that strong and resilience of standing for this country, because our motto says, for God and my country. And as a God-fearing president, he really stood for this country as a God-fearing president. I congratulate him and I thank him so much.
Chairman, climate change. These are the global issues which needed to be tackled.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and our colleagues. I also want to join the mover of this motion to congratulate His Excellency the President and the people of Uganda for successfully hosting very important meetings, the NAM and the G77 in China. Also in between there was IGAD, and previously there was the Speakers' Conference. It is only someone who is informed and exposed who can manage to host such summits. In 2023 September, when I went for the General Assembly in New York, there were sentiments that, is it possible for Uganda to host 2 meetings concurrently? What will happen to heads of state who are coming to Uganda for all that long? I'm very happy Ambassador Ayebare gave all the assurance that it is possible, and I'm very happy that we managed to host these very important meetings. The NAM Summit, comprising 120 members, a number of them attended this meeting. But when you look at 1961 in former Yugoslavia or in Belgrade, there were only 25 countries that attended that meeting. And it moved from there, and we congratulate President Tito by then, who initiated that, and it came to Nehru in India and also Nasser in Egypt. These were a very important thing. Now the question now is for Uganda to position herself. How can we benefit from NAM and G77 and China? The president of Uganda has become now the president of G77 and China and also the NAM. Now all these countries are looking at us in all sectors of the economy. They are looking at us on all issues, from climate change to human rights to democracy to world trade issues. These are things now we need to position ourselves. Positioning means if someone is doing construction, you supply the building materials, you will all work. Now, the area which we need to exploit is the area of tourism. Right Honorable Speaker here knows that there are tourism roads in Western Uganda. We need to improve them so that we can attract more tourists. We need to keep our country clean. Azerbaijan hosted the NAM Summit, and right now there are so many meetings going to Azerbaijan in Baku. In November this year, the climate change COP29 will be taken to Azerbaijan because they have now put facilities in place to host the world. We need to look at issues of market, but the market should not be anyhow. The market should be where we have comparative advantage.
Thank you. Now, Honorable, conclude, Honorable.
Thank you very much. If we take coffee, for example, Arabica coffee is in high demand in the world, and our competitor in Africa is actually Ethiopia, which is nearby. If you look at countries like Vietnam, they are growing Robusta. So we need to identify our priorities and take these high value crops where we have comparative advantage. Lastly,
thank you. Yeah, honorable colleagues, on top of the NAM Heads of State Summit we have, I just wanted to first add that those who doubted our capacity to host 2 big meetings concurrently, tell them we hosted 3 because we had a Don IGAD Summit. So we even went beyond, okay? No, but some of you are calling it CISCOP. Yeah, it was CISPOC. No, just that was a light moment. No, there is a NAM parliamentary network, okay? Which means Uganda now is automatically the chair, and our Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Antoinette Among, she's a chair, and I'm a deputy. So you should congratulate me, okay? But that that is always held alongside the IPU conferences. So Uganda will be having that alongside on the sidelines of the IPU conferences. Now, honorable colleagues, I want to pick two people from two constituencies, which I think I'll pick people with a disability and the youth.
Thank you.
And of course, to conclude for us, the backbenchers will be the professor of international matters and political science.
Thank you.
Then the rest of us, the Sewungu, the Lilianabels, we shall listen. The Chivadias, we shall listen.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to join colleagues to congratulate His Excellency the President and Ugandans for having these successful conferences. Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to congratulate you because I remember when we were discussing the supplementary budget, specifically on having the convention in Munyonyo, members were bitter, and you guided that we need to have it in Munyonyo because it has already facilities, and that helped members to pass that budget. So I want to congratulate you because we have now a convention center. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to congratulate Ugandans, especially the Kampala residents, because even when the leaders of opposition, the Honorable Kyagulanyi, and the forces of change wanted to disorganize the NAM summit by planting banana plantation in the middle of the road, they resisted. And we need to thank Uganda, Kampala people for that. Mr. Speaker, I know, but on the other hand, I want to thank the members of parliament of opposition because they did not follow their leaders. They stood with Ugandans and the NAM was successfully. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Youth Northern.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. First and foremost, I want to join the rest of the colleagues in congratulating His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and the people of Uganda for successfully holding 2 global summits. Secondly, there is a popular book, The Wretched of the Earth, written by Frantz Fanon. And in that book, he says that every generation out of relative obscurity should be able to identify its generational mission, and it chooses to either fulfill it or betray it. I want to thank President Museveni because he has been a man of all seasons. He has demonstrated ability to identify every generational mission, and he has chosen to fulfill it. He's a leader of all generations, very relevant now, tomorrow, and even in the future. We congratulate him. Right Honorable Speaker, the conference, the 2 summits have been able to demonstrate and agree on 3 fundamental grounds which are relevant for the youth. One is that the summits have all acknowledged the youth as a fundamental ingredient for development of our countries. 2, both summits have also acknowledged the youth as not only the future, but even the present of all our countries. And finally, both summits have also acknowledged that the gravest contemporary challenge of the youth now is unemployment and must be addressed tomorrow, not even today. God bless NAM and God bless President Museveni.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to join colleagues for congratulating His Excellency the President, the Government of the Republic of Uganda, the Organizing Committee, the people of Uganda, for a successful hosting of the summit. And our Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, our beloved presiding officers, for now hosting the Non-Aligned Movement Working Group in Parliament. In the world of scholarship, we say foreign policy is a reflection of domestic policy. And in the words of Cabral, theory guides practice and practice shapes theory. Ugandan government has been very consistent in its clarity on its ideological convictions. Our ideological conviction of struggling for freedom and justice, supporting liberation movements in the global south, our principle of Pan-Africanism undoubtedly attracted the NAM movement. And it was no surprise that we were given this opportunity. When I was at Makerere, I was a coordinator of a program called International Relations and Diplomatic Studies. And in a course in diplomacy, one of the topics we taught was non-aligned movement. Our students came from Greater East Africa. It was very gratifying for our former students and even the current students to see non-aligned movement being hosted here. The things we are teaching them, which they thought were theoretical, were now seen in practice. Right Honorable Speaker, there is an area where we have not been doing very well, but we can use the advantage of NAM to improve our representation on international bodies. When I make a comparative analysis of Uganda, Ghana, Nigeria, Egypt, and even Tanzania here, we see our representation is very low. We can now use this opportunity to promote our highly educated and professional people, regardless of their political convictions, to represent us on international arena. Finally, the issue of the regional markets, COMESA, IGAD, East African Community. But
UBC, inspiring Uganda.